Greetings, fellow investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where my friends and I play the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. I'm your host, Tom Rayleigh. We are once again playing one of our favorite short scenarios, The Ice Cream Man. It was written by the brilliant Michael Labossiere, and it's available from the Miskatonic repository at Drive-Thru RPG. So without any further delay, let's begin our journey into the darkness. The beautiful little seaside city of San Damiel is situated about halfway between Los Angeles and San Francisco. The date is August 4th, 1990. The summer heat was pleasantly offset by the cool breeze off the ocean, and as the final rays of the sunset blazed pink and orange in the sky, four friends sat at an outdoor bistro enjoying a fine meal. A truly delicious meal on what would turn out to be the last day that they would ever enjoy anything again. Take it away.
Annette, come on. It makes perfect sense, and you know it, between me and Stan, with Steve here dealing with the, all the stunts and coordination. Pluto Rising will be the next big thing, you know it.
I'm worried. You all read the book. Do you think they're going to try to force the romance between Taryn and Graham? I feel like they're going to really try to shoehorn that in, and it just feels so derivative.
Oh,
I don't
know
how
I don't
they
know.
are. I just feel like they're going to ruin it. You know how Hollywood is. You guys know they're just going to ruin it.
I mean, with Steve here, if it bleeds, it leads. Add more guns in there, and we'll take care of the huggy kissy thing later.
Well, if the movie turns out as good as this lobster bisque, I think we're going to be set.
Order up. It's all on me.
Thank you. But I don't know. Stan, do you think you might be able to pull some of your strings and keep them true to Annette's book?
Oh, I can do my best, but I've been trying to pull strings for a lot of things these days, Steve, and it's not really been working out as best as I'd hoped.
Oh, come on. The Crabtree name has to have pull with Mommy and Daddy, Stan.
I can do my best, gentlemen, but I can't guarantee anything.
Do you think they're going to take out the earthquake scene? I mean, I know it's kind of soon, right? But it feels like a really big moment in the book.
I'm all for artistic integrity.
I hope they don't take that scene out.
I mean, it might be soon now, but if you're thinking Pluto Rising is going to be cult classic, then in 10, 15, 20 years, who's going to care, right?
That's true.
You guys are sitting there chatting. I'd like you to all do spot hiddens.
Ah, yes.
Ooh, 88. Failed.
18.
I'm very busy.
That is a hard success for me.
12 is a regular success. No, a hard success, sorry.
Okay.
Hard.
So from that roll, Tommy and Steve are sitting on one side of the table, and Stanford and Annette are sitting on the other side of the table. Annette was talking, and Stanford, you're the one who noticed first, but it's a nice little town. There are people walking around. Of course, it's a beach city, so there are people in beach wear and people going down, and it's a warm evening. People are having fun. You can see people with surfboards walking by and all that. But what you notice there's this man. He's dressed in a kind of a shabby brown suit. Looks maybe even like it's made out of corduroy. It's not well kempt. You can see it's frayed around the edges. He's wearing a tie, but his tie is loose. His hair is messy, and he's carrying a briefcase. And what he does is you see him walking on the street, and he walks across the street. He's walking on the other side, and as he's walking, you see him occasionally glance over in your direction, and he walks by. And then a few more minutes go by, and he walks back the other way. And you can see he keeps looking at your table. And then he goes a little bit farther on and he stops, and you see him. He seems to be, deliberating something in his mind. And he keeps glancing over at your table. And then, and that by now you've noticed it too. And then you see him turn and he starts walking towards where you guys are sitting. And that the first thing you think of is, oh, Jesus, it's a fan.
I say, Annette, do you see that bum? Looks like he's been watching us for a bit.
Yeah, I don't.
That guy coming over right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe he
Shabby
wants your
scoop.
autograph, Tommy.
I mean, I get that a lot. Hey, you know what? Sorry, we'll do autographs later. Don't worry, I'll get to you, but I'm with friends here. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, but I have to ask.
I know I was bystander number 2 in the last Chainsaw Massacre. You got the right guy, but I'm with friends right now. I apologize, sir. All right, no autographs. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm actually here to see Miss Cleary. I know who you are. That's part of the reason that I'm here. Look, I need to tell you something important, and you're probably the only person who might believe me. It sounds insane, but please just hear what I have to say. If you don't believe me, I'll just get up and leave. I know how it looks, but I'm like not going to hurt you or anything like that. I just want to talk.
Can I roll psychology and see?
Yeah, I was about to say, can I roll psych?
Yeah, you guys can roll psych.
Does he look like he's really hot, like he's sweating? And it's a warm day. This guy needs
over
to
30, so
Regular success.
regular.
Steve, you can do a spot hidden.
spot hidden.
I got a 56 out of 60, so it's a regular pass.
You guys are not stupid, so you can tell that he's agitated about something. You also kind of how'd you do, Steve?
Oh, really well. I passed.
Yeah. You can look at him and you can see that the clothes that he's actually wearing are fairly expensive clothes, but they're shabby. He's definitely got dirt on him and some dark stains here and there, and it looks like he's not groomed in a few days. He hasn't shaved or anything.
Man, he needs some water.
Do you offer him anything? Any water?
Yeah, I'll say, hey, it's a hot one, and it might be rough times for you. And I'll just pour a little glass of water and slide it right over.
Thanks.
Man than me, Steve. Better man than me.
And
Stand, pull up a chair. Come on.
He takes the water and
I can't believe we're letting some bum sit with us.
he takes the water and he drinks it. You can see that he's shaking, and he keeps looking around, as he's talking to you. So I was a rather successful researcher for the law firm of Cobbard and White. I was divorced and I had joint custody of my son, and he was spending the summer with me. This was back in October of 1987. My son, David, was a great kid. He was 10, that sort of perfect age where they have so much potential. We used to go to the park and the museum. He liked the dinosaurs. He had actually handled our divorce really well. And then, it was a day just like any other day. He wanted some ice cream. It was hot. And he heard the music, and I bought him some from the truck. God damn fucking ice cream, man. That same night, he takes another drink. That same night, I woke up for some reason, and I figured I would go look in on David, only he wasn't there. I ran through the house calling for him. David, Then I happen to look out the window and I see him walking down the sidewalk. I run outside and I yell, David, but he ignores me like he's sleepwalking or something. And then I see he's walking towards the ice cream truck. What the fuck was it doing there past midnight? The guy gets out. He's the same young blonde guy with his little fucking uniform that I saw earlier, the guy who sold us the goddamn ice cream. He has this freaky grin on his face. I ran up to grab my son, but before I could, this asshole grabbed me by the shoulders, and he smells awful, like rotting meat. He looks me in the eyes, and I could see that they were like black, like solid black, and then nothing. I wake up lying on my bedroom floor, wondering what the hell had happened. Actually, I have to say that I couldn't remember. I knew something was wrong, but the memory was blocked out. I took some serious therapy in order to bring it all back. I got the therapy because of David. He was gone and I couldn't explain it. My wife thought that I'd hidden him somewhere because I wanted full custody, but he was gone. The police got involved and they couldn't find him, my son, David. And he takes this briefcase and he puts it on the table and he says, look, here are the important things that you need to know. After I remembered what had happened to me, I went looking for the ice cream man, but the fucker was gone without a trace. So I tried to track him down by tracking down his truck. I searched and I searched trying to get a lead, and bit by bit, I started putting things together. All my research is in this briefcase. I don't have much time. They'll be here soon, but I think I figured out his modus operandi. See,
Who are you again? I didn't get your name, sorry there, buddy.
You got me.
The guy's so dehydrated he doesn't remember. Wow.
Larry Hemsworth.
Okay, Larry. So Larry, let me get this straight. You lost your kid a few years ago, and you decide that instead of going to the cops or going to the FBI or whoever, you're going to bother a famous actor.
No, look. I got to tell you this before it's too late. He goes into a town and he puts the ice cream truck up for sale. He gets himself a buyer, and then somehow he steals the buyer's body and he starts selling ice cream. And then he starts taking kids. He fucking takes kids. Just one or two a month, not enough to attract any attention. I did my research. It was my job, you know. It's all here. I have photos from the towns, missing child reports, eyewitness reports, and statistics. I did show it all to the police, but they couldn't see it. They were polite and somewhat interested, but they said that a lot of kids go missing, and statistically, it's not that unusual. I tried to explain, but I fucked up when I told them that I was sure it was all one person in every case. I said something stupid like I thought it was a monster. Sometimes I say things.
Social commentary on corporate raiders going into small towns, buying up businesses, using their brand and anything like Walmart, right? I just want to make sure you're not here to do a pitch.
Doing a fucking pitch. And at that point, he looks around and you can see a police car pull up on the right down the street, and the police are getting out, and they're got their guns drawn and they're starting to walk in your guys' direction. And he goes,
"Oh dear!
Oh shit!
What the hell did you do, Larry?
Here they come.
What did you do? They don't just."
I'm telling you these things. Look. I tracked him down to San Damiel, but I acted too soon. 3 days ago, I went up to the ice cream man and I shot him in the chest, but it was too soon. The poor bastard just dropped to his knees and bled out on the sidewalk, a look of dumb shock on his face. Not the monster at all. Goddamn poor bastard. But listen, and the cops come up and, you know, they're like, put your hands on the ground. Like, he falls to the ground, he puts his hands on the ground. And
okay. Yes.
he yells up at it. He says, "That's it. You have to stop him. I need you to kill the fucking ice cream man." And they grab a hold of him, and they're like, it's moving for you to stay back. And they cuff him and drag him over to the police cars. And after a few
I
minutes,
look
they
for
take him away.
paparazzis to hope I could get a picture in. I'm guessing not.
What a nut job.
I say, I wonder if that fellow had a history with substance abuse, because this sounds like a combination of too much of the bottle and a child predator.
I'm
I'll
also
say
wondering
this though, Tommy, I think you're right. I think this was, if it wasn't a pitch, it sounds like a good book.
I mean, does it have anything to do with? So, does it have anything to do with like the plot of Pluto Rising?
No, this isn't
alright.
Pluto Rising. No.
Ice
Might be a
cream.
good, novel.
I don't really delve into horror or true crime, but what an odd, what was that dude's problem? Mentally ill.
Yeah, like kids and body snatchers, and might make a good sci-fi like series.
Did they leave the suitcase,
that
the
would be like
briefcase
a
behind?
great show. Like
Look at
you
this.
imagine
They didn't-
Stan, you and me, you could play like this anti-hero that jumps every episode into a different body. And then you like just take it over, like it could be this like quantum thing where you take over different characters in history. And then
Now you're talking.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
Tommy,
That
you
would
and
be
I are going to
interesting.
have to like get in on
we
this.
could call
Yeah.
it like
Lot of stunt opportunities.
micro jump or something. I don't know.
Micro
something
jumping.
like
I
that.
like that.
Yes.
Look at that. They didn't even take the briefcase though. You'd think they'd
Might have
want
a
that.
script.
Do you want the briefcase?
They're already gone.
Sloppy coppers.
All right, I'm gonna take a look because there might be like usable material here.
Yeah,
So I'm
maybe
gonna try and-
his story's in there.
So if I open it, is it locked or anything, or is it?
No, it's not locked.
Okay, so when I open it,
It's crammed full of papers. Some of them fairly well organized. Looks like in fact he has been doing some sort of research. You find a map which shows a path from Santa Fe, Albuquerque, Flagstaff, Phoenix, Blythe, Los Angeles, and then finally San Damiel. Attached to it, you find this.
I guess these are the missing children he was talking about.
There are a lot of them. I mean,
There's
this,
a lot of
this
missing children.
sadly, this sort of thing does happen.
This sounds like it'd be impossible for one man to do.
And it's spanning from all throughout 87, 88, 89, all the way up to just now.
Yeah, just a few months ago.
Well, literally a few days ago. Truck was purchased by Jeffrey Kelly, July 30th, 1990.
Oh, I see
Maybe-
that.
So I wonder, should we? Should
I mean,
we?
should we turn this into the police or something? Why did that?
He said
not
he'd
go to the
already gone to
police?
them.
There's also a picture.
Considering he was just arrested, I don't think they're going to care much about the.
I mean, he
ravings of a
totally
madman.
sounded like he was out of his mind.
color
Yeah.
scheme on that is just disgusting. I'm just saying.
Does that look like? Is that like a common brand of ice cream truck?
Not necessarily, but I mean, there's ice. It's summer. There's ice cream trucks all over the place.
Yeah, that's not too outlandish for an ice cream truck. I've seen worse. Just looks like an ice cream truck to attract kids with little songs or tunes. And
I mean, it's too bad we can't just look up and see if he even was a legitimate scientist or whatever he said. Like we have to, I don't know
I'd-
how to even begin to do that.
I mean, look at how
Well-
he's dressed. I'm telling you, he was a crazy person. Maybe he recognized you, Tommy, or me, or something, and had a pitch in mind or something.
He had a nice suit though, like it was dirty, but like that thing was tailored, so it was a nice suit. I'll give it that.
he mentioned though that he worked for Clawbert and White, the
I mean, does
firm.
that ring a bell to anybody here?
It's you.
Well known.
It's a lawyer play. It's a law office. So maybe, there's not that many of them in town.
Yeah, maybe Stan, you might have connections.
At a job like that, he certainly seems like he's, well, at least once a man of sound mind.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe he really did lose his son, and that just drove him crazy. You know, I don't have any children, but I imagine that would be unimaginable pain.
Traumatic, yes.
And the wife too. I mean, if we are curious, we probably should at least let the wife know that her ex-husband just got arrested for shooting a guy in the chest. So I mean, that's probably the least we can do.
Yeah, surely he'll call her from jail or whatever. Don't you get
I
don't you get a
guess
phone
so.
call? I don't know.
Well, with them being divorced, I don't really know how much she's necessarily going to want to pick up.
Yeah.
there's
They're
a newspaper article from last week, wasn't there? About something.
I don't know. I mean, these days they're just talking about, was it Iraq and Kuwait and whatever in the news. That's all I hear.
There's
Yeah, I've
a
been in a writing hole, Steve. I don't know.
there's a stack of old newspapers, you know, sort of in the corner that patrons read through. Steve, you grab a hold of one, and on the 1st
Yeah.
August, you find this.
Yeah. Yeah, here it is. This is what I was just recalling. Yeah. Yeah, this is from the San Damiel Herald, August 1st, 1990. Senseless killing. The merry music of an ice cream truck brings joy to the hearts of children everywhere. But today, for one man, the music fell silent. Jeffrey Kelly sat out this morning in his ice cream truck to begin what he hoped would be a fun and profitable career. Sadly, tragedy struck. As Mr. Kelly was handing out frozen treats to eager children, an unidentified man leaped out of a car and ran up to him. According to eyewitnesses, the man shouted expletives along with the phrase, "This is for David." He then fired 3 shots from a small pistol into Mr. Kelly. As Kelly's body slumped to the ground, the assailant suddenly became remorseful and exclaimed, "Oh God, I got it wrong." He then fled the scene on foot. Police are still looking for the gunman. Jeffrey Kelly has no immediate family in this part of the country. Funeral services will be held back in his hometown of Piedmont, Michigan. Yeah, that's right.
Piedmont. That's quite a ways away.
Look, I think clearly the guy's nuts, lost his son, got crazy, and started shooting everyone. Now, having said that, Annette, if you just finished Pluto Rising and you're looking for new inspiration, it might be,
It is compelling.
something.
It is interesting.
Certainly weird.
Yeah, I mean, he worked for a well-to-do law firm. He was wearing a nice suit at one point. So, I mean, it sounds like he was going along fine, and then he became unhinged with the disappearance of his son, or I don't know what happened. Some sort of psychotic break.
But yeah, missing kids being brainwashed, body stealing. Makes for a good story.
The body snatching, you do have me there. You do have me there. That is very fascinating.
There
Could be
are
some great inspiration.
Mhm.
there are a lot of other things in that folder, mostly pictures of children buying ice cream, pictures
Yeah,
of
like
that same ice cream truck, but in different parts of the country.
Oh, even the same license plate?
No, not necessarily, but the same truck. I mean, it's really kind of distinctful.
Like there's like a little dent, a little piece of rust in the same spot. That's what,
You can
like,
tell that's
it-
what he's taking pictures of. He's definitely.
Okay.
That is interesting.
Yeah, as far as I know, ice cream trucks don't really. I mean, they have a
Right,
little
they have their
route.
own
Yeah.
Territory. Yeah.
I've never heard of one going across the nation.
Right, the franchise, probably wouldn't let do that.
They're
Yeah.
usually privately owned, or they're owned by companies.
Might
Maybe
be
they're-
worth checking out the truck. I'm sure they towed it or whatever. That might be interesting.
Maybe old Larry was onto something. Oh no, now he's got me sounding like a madman.
So what do you guys think? I mean, take a look at the truck. If nothing else, it might give inspiration for your next story in that. And hey, the more ideas you have, the more jobs might be
That's
available.
true. That's true.
I
Steve,
definitely-
are you gonna be the stunt coordinator? I gave them your name specifically.
Oh yeah, I got a call. I've got to follow up on that. It looks like they're lining up 2 candidates. I think I can definitely get this. This looks like a good job. Actually, the other guy, George, he worked on. He just came off a set, so I think we've worked well together before. So both of us might go in on this.
Well, I hope you get it because you know you're gonna have to keep Tommy in line. He gets
Yeah.
a little wild with those.
Mr. Chen is.
You
top
almost
rate.
broke your leg, and you were in extra.
I have
Tommy, and you-
2.
All right. Well, I like the idea of checking out this ice cream truck.
Yes, it's
So we're
close
thinking
and
check it
convenient.
out, and maybe Michigan if we think something's interesting. Again, I'm a bit short on cash, but if someone can spot me a ticket,
I can just tell my parents to spot us. That's not the problem.
But your parents have a jet, don't they?
Uh,
Just saying, travel in style, my friend.
I mean, my credit rating is 50.
You get first class at least.
Yeah, we could definitely secure plane tickets.
We'll get a Southwest companion pass.
I don't know if I have a private jet. Maybe if I had credit rating 99.
Yeah.
Maybe they've taken it to summer in Europe.
Oh, there you
Do an idea roll.
All right. 0-0.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Regular success.
Oh, all of us?
Oh, sorry. Was it all of us?
That's fine. Yeah.
Oh,
Considering
2.
0-0.
81.
002.
002. Okay.
I really want to take that plane.
That's license to kill rolling.
Yeah, you really want to take that plane. The rest of you are starting to think. I mean, why would you go to some guy's funeral that you don't know?
Yeah.
That wasn't even the right guy anyway.
Well, I was
There's-
hoping to
what
get
would
in
you
on
hope?
a private jet, but
Oh, you just want to fly on the jet.
yeah.
I feel like there's enough.
But
we
to
can look into
Michigan.
here.
Yeah, that's a
Ann
bit
Arbor's
problem.
nice. Ann
You
Arbor's
go to the
nice.
Mall of America. Oh, that's Minnesota. Or is that Michigan?
Let's
Check
let's
out the
finish
Yeah,
this
car.
meal. Let's
Oh yeah,
finish
well
this
yeah,
meal.
yeah.
Oh, this bisque is getting
I'm
cold.
not gonna let that ruin. Yeah, the food's getting cold, and then we can go look into the ice cream truck.
I mean, it's evening-ish right now, right? Or what time is it?
Oh,
I think he said it was like afternoon.
Okay.
It's the sun just went
Jewish.
down, so it's probably.
Oh, okay, so it is more like
Oh.
I'd like to
Can you-
continue thumbing through whatever is left in that briefcase, suitcase as I'm finishing up my meal and staying hydrated.
And can I
yeah.
appraise the suitcase to see if it's like a nice one?
There are lists of drivers in there as well. Owners
Oh,
of
like
the
truck drivers.
And what is kind of odd is it only seems like he was in the same, or the person was in the same place for a month or two, maybe a little more, and then it would be somewhere else. As if the person were trying to not stay in the same place for very long, which seems kind of odd.
Now, I remember when I played Murder Victim number 4, in that horrible adaptation of Silence of the Lamb, we had to study, obviously getting character of psychopaths and traveling killers and things like that. And that's the idea, right? That's the MO is you go, you move on, you move on, you move on, because obviously you don't want to what do they call it?
Blow your cover.
Right, or defecate where you sleep, as it were. So you want to keep moving on, moving on, moving on. If that's what's happening, I wonder. I mean, he keeps saying like they keep stealing bodies. So are all these drivers like dead? Because that'd be a really unlucky ice cream truck that, every previous owner's like dead.
Or maybe when he said steal their bodies, maybe it was an elaborate way of saying just stealing their identity, maybe getting their driver's license, their ID, and just trying to pretend they're that other person.
Identity theft is a serious matter.
That would make sense if then he killed the guy and it wasn't actually him, because what he saw before was just our culprit disguising as that guy.
Yeah, it could be.
Apparently, a culprit with really bad BO. He said the guy stunk. So hygiene is a problem.
Have there been any children who've gone missing in San Damiel? Was there any on that list? I don't remember the locations.
It's just
No, not yet. I mean, at least there's not.
Okay.
There's
Nothing
not any
reported
on the list
or
yet.
listed. Yeah.
So where's that ice cream truck now? Did the police impound it? Or...
I suppose they must have, right? Unless it's considered evidence. I don't.
There's only one way to find out.
All right.
All you know is that it was purchased by Jeffrey Kelly on the 30th of July this year.
So it was
Jeffrey Kelly's the
purchased,
dead guy.
it's either impounded to your point, Steve, or it'll go to outstanding liens and then next of kin and all of that. If they have a will, I guess. So police is probably the first place to go.
Or maybe a hall of records to try and find its purchase history.
Oh, that's probably true. Good thinking, Sam. So hall of records.
I wonder if this law firm he works for. Maybe they could tell us
Cooper and White?
something about her. Yeah, about him. I don't know. What a sad, strange man.
Maybe we could look up also where this Jeffrey guy lived locally.
Yes,
We could
that's not a
look
bad
him up in the
idea.
phone book. This isn't a big town. We could find the county, find his name, see where he lived. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there might be signs of someone trying to break in and, I don't know, maybe some sort of shenanigans.
So, I mean, I'm no good with books and records and blah, 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 all that. But if you guys want, I'll go and chat with, secretary, reception, front desk, whoever at Cooper and White. And I'm sure, and, Stan, between you and I'm sure we could get something out of someone.
Yes. I'm not the best with books myself. I think I'm more so on Team Charm.
Okay. Steve, you want to go by that guy's place?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll head on over. Would you like to go too, Nat, or?
I think Tommy and Stan are going to go see if they can get anything out of the lawyers. And yeah, you and we can go.
All right.
Go check out that guy's house. Look, let me pick up the bill. This is my soup's gone cold. I don't want this anymore.
You are too kind in that.
Oh, thank you. Oh, we should get a little doggy bag. This stuff's really good.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, that's not a bad idea. I don't think biscuit's very good warmed up.
To pull together. Oh, it's good.
It's really good. Oh,
All right.
yeah.
So you've mentioned a couple things you want to do. It's about 8:30 at night.
Yeah, we can't do that now.
Well, I don't know exactly how you're going to do it.
When you find out where that
people's
guy
addresses
lives.
don't just pop into your head. And
It's true.
If
Hall of
only there were
records.
devices that you could look up and be able to find it,
Phone book.
Oh yeah, phone books would have people's address. A lot of them, but yeah.
Right. And then I think that White and Cooper, we should be able to look up pretty easily.
Yeah, they're going to be closed, or at least the secretaries will be gone for the day. Maybe the
partners are always so there.
the partners are probably gone, but the first year associates, they'll
But the
still be
A1s
around.
and A2s, yeah.
And
Let's check our phone books tonight and regroup tomorrow.
this is 1990. There's phone booths out there with
Yeah.
phone books.
Operators, yeah.
it's a restaurant. There's phones inside
Yeah,
too.
there-
So. Do you guys have flip phones yet? I think so.
Let's see,
No,
the,
they weren't very good.
Nokia. That's
Yeah.
the
Well, look.
Nokia brick time.
Okay.
The
In any case,
extendable
are
wire.
you going to do anything tonight, or are you going to do it in the morning, or you tell me what you want to do?
I'll look up. I'll go to the phone book and just kind of look for his name now. The phone book should cover the a few clustered cities around.
Sure,
Yeah.
All right. Without finding the phone book, you do find a Jeffrey Kelly, a J. Kelly listed.
JK.
And it does give you an address for him.
Okay, I'll jot that down. Hey,
And a phone number. And a phone number.
But he's verified dead.
Well, and it said that he didn't have any. Well, he said he didn't have any family. He didn't say anything about like a girlfriend or something.
Yeah, he might have a friend or girlfriend. He's
Like roommate even, yeah. It's LA,
Should we
so
give it a
everyone
call?
must-
Should we just call his house, see if anyone answers?
yeah, that might be good. You do better at that sort of thing, and I never know what to say.
I do love
Just-
talking to people.
Yeah, you call them, Stan. I don't even. What would we say? We want to know more about the dead man.
That
Doesn't
ice
seem
cream
very
man.
doesn't seem very polite.
Well, we're just
Well-
like wondering if anyone was bothering him, lately. It's according to what that man's name, Larry Hemsworth. He had his identity stolen and whatever. So maybe was he being threatened by anybody? Was he? I don't know.
I wonder. Larry. He described that ice cream man. I wonder if this gentleman, like we'd have to go maybe find a picture of him. I guess we'd have to go to his house, but I wonder if he looks like the ice cream man that Larry. I mean, he must have. He pulled a gun on him and shot him because he thought it was the man that took his son.
Are there, in the briefcase, are there photos of ice cream men? Or is
No.
it just a truck?
It looks like he was being stealthy enough to where he didn't get close enough. You do see kids outside the truck.
Mhm.
So it sounds like what we want to know is for Jay Kelly, if one, we managed to find someone who's known him for a while, if like his personality changed, he seemed different, or if it's really identity theft, did he just completely lose contact and then has been asking people to wire him money or things like that. Stan, looks like it's time to turn on the old charm and see what you can find out.
Yes. I'll admit I'm half debating trying to put some of my acting to use and pretend to be a member of the estate going over the property to try and find things to reallocate.
That's
Wouldn't
good.
hurt. I'm not sure we'll get anybody on the line, but it doesn't hurt to try.
All right. Yeah. If Steve hands me that phone book, I'll dial it up and see if anybody picks up.
All right. You dial the phone and it rings 5 times, no answer. And then it answers, and it's an answering machine. And it just says, "Hi, this is Jeff. I can't answer the phone right now. Leave a message." And then it waits and it waits and it waits and then finally beeps. Like you can tell he's got other messages on there.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to leave a message for a dead man, so I'll just hang up at that point. Got straight to his answering machine. It sounded, though, it took forever for it to beep. He must have had plenty of messages.
Hmm.
Was it just him, or is it like, hey, it's Jeff and
No,
Ed?
it was him, Jeff Kelly.
But not Jeff and Susan or
No, just
yeah.
Jeff.
So that means no one's home.
Well,
What do you got that look on your face for, Tommy?
It is how it looks. It's Botox, okay?
Well, I don't know what shenanigans you're thinking of, but
I agree with Tommy that I think we definitely need to check that place to see if we can find any leads. I think there's a few costumes over at my estate. Maybe we could dress up like maintenance people.
this is you sound ridiculous, Stan. We could get arrested. We all have jobs, reputations to protect.
Come on,
here.
Annie. Think of what you'll be able to write first-person narrative, and they're like breaking into, a murder victim's house, a body snatcher, seeing pot people.
We probably
Pod
considered
people.
evidence tampering or something. I don't want to get in the way of an investigation.
No gloves.
Well, regardless, we're not doing anything until tomorrow. I think we should sleep on it.
No, I mean, it's night.
they might, I'm just saying, cover up night.
Hope there's an open window.
I'm just saying.
Well,
Which
Tommy,
part
if
of
you're
town does he
going, I'm
live
not
in?
going to let you go alone.
Which part of town does he live in? I mean, if it's not the nicest part of town, we have a stunt coordinator here that I'm sure will be able to, help us out here and there. Come on, Steve. You remember what we were like when we were growing up? Come on.
I know.
Sometimes.
Still,
You guys-
this is close to this police investigation, though. I don't know.
You guys can do a no roll. This will answer your question as to whether he lives in a nice part of town.
44.
Regular
so
pass.
Success.
So the way San Damiel is laid out, imagine that it's a city that's probably under 80 years old. This was just desert, but it's been slowly turned into a city. So as a result, right now in the center of the city, you have high rises and you have very expensive areas, and then you have the Palisades over to one side, and you have areas where it borders on the forest, where it's very nice homes. But the farther you go out towards the desert in the south, the more cheap the homes get, and the more it's over there. It's not in what you would call a bad area, but it's in a lower income area. Obviously, he was just an ice cream man, not a entrepreneur of any great level. So if you don't know whether it's a house or an apartment, but it's in the less expensive part of town.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to take a look, but I don't
That's
think we should.
assuming that you know the city, the city pretty well. So
Technically, I grew up here, or at least I'm residents here, so I figure I should.
yeah.
So you were saying, Steve?
No, I was just saying, as long as we aren't breaking the law, we could take a look just to see if anything fishy looks like it's going around.
Hit up a CVS first, get some nitro gloves just in case.
I would agree.
Oh, dear.
I wish I knew something about locks. That would be quite convenient.
I don't. I mean, Annie?
Oh, well.
Not here for
Ugh.
breaking and entering, Tommy. I was going to go knock on the man's door and see if anyone was home, and it doesn't
Well, I mean,
sound
we
like there
called and
is.
no one's home. so-
Exactly. I was hoping somebody would be there to answer the door.
Well, if we
Really
get in, we'll be there. We'll open the door
Oh
for
my
you.
God. You go then.
I'm not confirming or denying that I can pick locks pretty well, but I can pick locks pretty well.
I want to know if this man's story is. I want to know if this story is legitimate first. Tomorrow, I am quite sure the library is closed. Tomorrow, I'm going to look and see if these reports that he has of these children going missing. I want to know if there's been articles about this in other papers or something.
You've been in
This
your,
could just be a crazy man's rambling, and he killed some poor guy that has nothing to do with anything.
You've been stuck in your attic writing for the past 6 months. Live a little, Annie.
I'm definitely ready for some excitement.
If there's if there's a child that goes missing,
that is true.
A
Larry is in custody.
drive-by, Tommy. I'm holding you to it.
Okay.
Just take a look.
We can look.
First, got to drive by over to the CVS. I think those gloves are a good idea.
Yes. Nitro gloves, N95 masks, whatever those are.
We're going to get ski masks. Oh, no.
Dress all in black.
I'm not
all right.
bailing you two out.
All right.
Yeah,
So you
they might
drive
have
over. You drive over to the CVS and get what you need, and then you drive down to that part of town. Like I say, it's not a bad part of town. It's part of a suburb, and it's not as nice as the rest of the city. And when you get to the address, it is a three-story high apartment block. There might be 6 apartments in that one building. And then there's another building down a little ways, and maybe an old rundown swimming pool in between. But that's at least the address. Actually, his address is like Unit 3. So you're guessing it's on the 2nd level, maybe.
All right.
These look like maybe 1 or 2. They're probably 1-bedroom apartments.
Well,
Did
look,
you want
Stan,
to
I don't agree with breaking and entering, but maybe if you can talk to the landlord or something.
Well, if we're
But
gonna
I'm
do
not.
that,
I'm
it's
not
quite-
busting down a lock.
It's quite late for us to disturb the landlord. I'm
Well,
sure we'll
if
have a
you
better
wanna
chance
do
if we
here-
want to do this the legitimate way to not knock on their doors at 9 p.m. at night.
You also don't know if the landlord even lives in this.
Yeah, that's true. Do we see like an office?
No.
Okay.
We don't see an ice cream truck parked anywhere. I guess probably not.
Any
So-
lights on anything?
I'm sorry, what was that question?
Any lights? Any sign of?
Well, you see lights in other people's apartments, but nothing where you'd think that his apartment is.
Do we see
It's
anyone
shadowy. There's
about-
shady areas around it where
Right.
you could sneak in the dark, but
Anyone looking like they're about to walk into the building and we could like tailgate them?
it's probably about 10 p.m. at this point.
Drunken people coming back from bars, maybe? Can I do a look
you
roll?
don't see anybody like that. Maybe occasionally a car drives by. There's a street light, but it's not directly there. It's a little ways down a bit, and there's a lot of shade and shadows.
Well, there's no harm in trying the door. Maybe
And
we'll
there's
get lucky.
it's not like a gated community, so you could literally just walk up there.
I mean, that was a big meal, so I could go for a little stroll right now, just saying. Anyone want to join me for a little stroll? Steve?
Yeah.
Stan?
I'll take a look. Just to see if there's any signs of funny business, but I don't know.
Right, like a small child in there, Annie, just in case.
All right,
A stroll, fine.
are you all going to stroll?
I'm gonna stroll.
A cluster.
Flexible.
Why don't I stay behind as whatever lookout
You
or
can
whatever
post
it is.
bail.
Car.
Yeah,
That-
post bail, which is probably what I'm going to
Yeah.
have to do with all of you.
Yeah, call us or text us if you see anything unusual.
What
like
is
a vibration.
what is text, Tommy?
They have
Yeah, what's
SMS,
that?
don't they? Like with the phone?
Oh yeah. No, they
Yeah.
still could do that. I think. Look, it's new. You just do. Yeah.
The vibrate, yeah.
Okay.
Could
Oh,
be.
I'm no good with these things.
I mean, if you feel
all
like
right.
vibrating your pants, this time to leave. That's what we're saying. And that's
Go.
So
what
the three of
Go.
you get out, and you walk up to the stairs going up to the second floor, and you can vaguely hear things here and there in the other apartments. A television going here, and maybe a baby crying over there. You go up to the second floor, and if you've ever been in this kind of an apartment, the steps on the stairs are like made out of cement, but they've got a metal framework so that every time you step on them, they sort of go clang, clang, clang as you're going up. Unless you're putting your feet down very softly, it's going to make some noise. You get up to the second floor, and you find his unit 3, which is his door. And there's it's kind of an ugly brown door. And then next to it is a window that's, maybe 6 feet across and, regular height, with the curtains drawn. And there's an eye hole thing in the middle of it. And his mailbox is there. But there's no sound or light coming from inside. And there are other windows, but they're on the outside of the building. So you'd have to use a ladder to get up to those if you want to.
That's not gonna fly.
Not gonna fly.
That sounds like Steve. It's time for you.
Can
to-
I try the window? Is the window locked?
Sure, do a luck roll for me.
Okay. That's a 66 out of 50. That's a fail.
Yeah, it's not. You're not even sure if it's the kind of window that opens like that.
I say.
So I elbow Steve.
I don't like the idea of breaking the law. I just wanted to see if there seemed like any sort of forced entry or something. But now we'll be the ones doing the forced entry.
If you pick it well, it won't be forced. It'll be persuaded entry.
Well, let's see. I'm going to do a power roll. See if oh, 82. No. Okay. I give in to peer pressure. All right. Okay. All right. So I'll just sort of. All right. I'll just try to slip that lock. Kind of, look casually around.
Right.
And
And
we'll
that
be
you're in the
back.
car looking up and you can see them. You see Steve go down onto one knee in front of the lock.
Did a hard success.
Okay.
Boom.
And very, very almost effortlessly, you see Steve up there fiddling with the lock, and then suddenly the door opens in front of him into the
I'm going to
apartment.
text Annette and say, wow, the door was not locked.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll go. If
All
that's
right.
what Tommy texts me, I'm
Did that with the gloves on, though. Just have you know.
Yeah,
first
we're all
thing-
getting those gloves on now.
The first thing that hits you when you open up the door is the air conditioning. He's left his air conditioning on, but that's not that unusual because everybody leaves their air conditioning on when it's 90 degrees outside. The carpet, though, the floor is carpeted kind of with an ugly beige carpet. The room is simple. He's got a coffee table and a couch, and there's like a kitchenette and one door probably leading into a bedroom or a bathroom. He seems to be a collector of like figurines. He's got Star Wars stuff, but they're not in pristine collection. He collects them because he likes toys, I guess.
Cool.
He's got some magazines sitting around. You three do spot hiddens.
Oh my God, I missed it by 1.
20 over 30, so normal. I can't spend
Okay.
5 luck to make it a hard.
You can, but it's not necessary.
Oh.
You look around. You begin to sort of put together a picture of this guy. He must have been fairly young. There's a level of irresponsibility that's here, that young people sometimes have. You find evidence that he's recently moved to San Damiel from Minnesota, was it? Michigan. There were some pictures of his family. Mom and dad look nice, grandma and grandpa there. No, you don't see girlfriend or anything like that. You do see a picture of a dog that must be his old pet. He seems just rather normal. You might find a porno mag, but nothing overt or weird, just regular girly girl magazines. Nothing seems out of the ordinary for this guy at all.
I think we're barking up the wrong tree.
Is there a photograph of him anywhere in the apartment?
Guys, do a luck roll. See if you can find.
Group luck
Maybe,
roll?
Well, you're downstairs, so you're not up there. But
That's true. I was headed up. Sorry. Go ahead.
were you headed up?
Yeah,
I
when
texted
Tommy
her, like,
texted
alright.
me, like it was open, the door's open.
Okay, so you
45
head
over
up there. You've joined him. Yeah, you can roll also.
So 45 over 50.
Okay. You find an old high school yearbook with his senior picture in there. Looks like a nice guy, but his hair is brown and somewhat curly.
Doesn't really fit the description.
Not really.
Right. Okay.
You do find. Oh, that'll be a luck roll. Do a luck roll. We can all do luck rolls.
That's
That is a
02.
pass.
2.
Okay. You find some paperwork on his desk that seems to indicate that he purchased or was in the process of purchasing an ice cream truck. he was purchasing it from somebody named Bob Reinhardt.
Bob.
Right.
That name
But
doesn't.
he doesn't have the pink slip.
Bob Reinhardt's name doesn't ring a bell from the earlier kidnapped missing children from Los Angeles.
No.
Does it have
Well, whatever that old
Bob's-
guy was going on about, I don't think this person had anything to do with it.
Right, does it have Bob's address, information, contact info, like a phone number, maybe?
Do a luck roll for me.
C4 over 15, nope.
Okay. You're almost sure that it's got to be in here somewhere, but it's not organized enough. You don't find anything like that.
But we have a name. And
do.
wait, so there's no pink slip, which means the purchase hasn't gone through, which means the car is still with Bob.
Potentially.
Huh.
Or
Oh no, I thought it said in the article that he approached the man selling ice cream and shot him.
He might not own
That
the
would
car.
mean he had the truck.
Yeah, but he might not own it. Maybe they're still going.
police might have already
I
been
don't know.
here and taken that pink slip for the sake of, I don't know, hashing out who's going to get it now.
There didn't seem to be any evidence that anybody's been in here. So
Okay.
You know what? Let's check
there's
his.
food. There's food in the kitchenette that's a few days old, but a week old. It's not that
Can
old.
we check his voicemail? Because if Bob ever called him and left a message, or something like that, then there might be, hey, call me back at blah 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 blah.
Sure. You go ahead and you run through his emails, and it's just other people calling him. In one case, it's the somebody at the licensing bureau about getting a license to have an ice cream truck in the first place, to sell. But other than that, there's friends, relatives maybe calling that don't know that he's dead yet because it hasn't come out or it hasn't happened yet.
Well, it is getting late.
It
And
is.
Yeah.
Tommy, are you sure you found that door unlocked? Because I see you're all wearing gloves now. So I think it's
I
best
mean,
that we
when
leave.
I turned the knob, it wasn't locked.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah,
Yes.
good
All
idea.
right.
I don't want to.
Can I appraise the figurines to see if there's any collector items, even though it's not like
No, you can't be stealing.
I need money, okay? I'm poor.
My God. people
yeah,
below
do an
you are
appraisal
50.
roll.
Jesus.
He's not gonna
What's
need
wrong
it.
with you?
He's not gonna need it.
That's an original Luke Skywalker figure that
Ooh, 19 over 55. So a hard, and I could spend 8 to get like but it's not critical as
Extreme.
Oh,
No, there's no
extreme.
point in doing that. What you assess is that they've all been played with.
No.
Yeah, there's nothing mint condition in its box. So it's,
I say, Tommy, what's that look you're giving those figurines?
in fact, there's a few of those figurines that look like they've been chewed on by a dog.
Well, there goes Luke Skywalker. Oh, hey, you know what? Maybe Boba Fett and Sarlacc. Maybe that's how we can sell it, Steve. That was from the Sarlacc scar.
Let's go, Tommy.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm leaving. I don't want to be part of stealing these figures.
all right.
Look,
Right.
tomorrow I'm gonna go look into the children. I want to know if there's any legitimacy to this, and if there's not, I say we just drop it.
Yeah,
I would
we just
agree.
give the suitcase to the police and drop it unless we turn
If
something.
there's no true children missing, then this guy was just a wackadoo.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Do you want to set a time to get together tomorrow?
Look, let's go have breakfast whenever the library opens. We'll do an hour before. We'll get breakfast. We can go to library.
Yeah.
All right.
Fair.
So you lock everything back up. You leave. You all say your good nights and you go home, you go to bed. And for the most part, you sleep fine, but it does kind of nag on you. There were a lot of pictures of little kids, and a lot of missing kids. And if this guy had a kid that went missing, I mean, who would be right in the head? Maybe this is a flip out that he's made this up to compensate for something, but there are an awful lot of missing kids on that list. And there do seem to be some little things that, I mean, he wasn't completely nuts. So it eats at you a little bit. So by the morning comes and you guys get dressed and showered and you're out and do your morning jogs and end up at the breakfast place. I don't know if you're going to talk about anything at the breakfast place, but you have breakfast.
You know what, guys, I've been thinking, I mean, that's a lot of kids.
It is. You can't smoke in here anymore, Tommy. Can you believe they did that?
I mean,
I've got my mouth full of eggs Benedict at the moment.
nope, I still
it-
can.
It weighed
Look,
heavy
that's
on me
twice.
too, though.
Wow, 3
It weighed
times.
heavy on me too.
Yeah, that's just not that does seem like a lot of
It's
kids.
upsetting. It is upsetting.
I can't believe the police aren't pursuing this any more deeply.
Well, you know why? It's probably jurisdiction. It's all over the place. So it's like, oh, hey, it's in that state, and everyone's just pointing fingers. That's probably what it is. Probably.
I mean, maybe no one's connected the
Yeah.
dots. That's such a strange, like an ice cream. And ice cream
Should-
trucks are everywhere. That seems
Should we
very.
bring all of this material to the police? I mean, it seems like it's in their hands.
Well, you
It
probably
would be
want to bring
better.
it to the feds because it won't be the police. Like the jurisdiction would be across all.
I mean, he
those
said he
state
went to the
lines.
police and they didn't believe him. But he
I mean,
did come up. He had some wacky theories.
But
I wouldn't be telling the police
stealing
those crazy.
monster with
Yeah.
black eyes
Yeah.
that stink.
I mean, it's up to the police to bring in the FBI, and that's not like we can't directly contact the FBI. At least I don't think we can.
Why not?
Should we? Should we give them a call and let them know what we've found?
I mean,
But we may have
probably wanna
found
make
nothing,
this
right?
legit
I think-
first.
I
Like-
think we
like-
need to
yeah.
figure out if this is legit.
yeah, like
Stan,
any-
do you think you'd still want to go ask the law firm?
Yes, I would. I want to try and find out some more history of our good pal Larry.
Right.
I'll go along with you, Stan. Back up.
I'm no good
Okay.
with books to begin with.
I'm okay. I'm all right at it.
Oh yeah, you write them.
Everybody do knowledge rolls.
14.
Below
that's-
3.
I think that's an
Ooh,
extreme.
49 over 60. Yes.
Okay. So when you go back and you sort of peruse over his list of victims, you start to realize, you're talking smaller towns going to bigger towns like Los Angeles. And when you're looking at Los Angeles, he's got listed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kids going missing over the course of, nearly 6 months in a city of
Yeah.
10 million
Millions, yeah.
people.
Hmm.
So you can see why the police might say statistically it's doesn't mean anything.
But it does follow that ice cream truck, and something's not adding up. I mean, I see where the police would overlook this, but something weird's going on here. I mean, he might have been onto something.
I definitely think it's worth looking into this Reinhardt fellow
Yeah.
as well.
So it sounds like Stan and I will chat with the law firm. Annie and Steve, you guys will check with Hall of Records and also library.
Yeah, or maybe find out what the police did with the ice cream truck. I mean, heck, if I wonder if we could buy the ice cream truck. Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy.
Well, if there's a conspiracy following it around, that'd certainly be one way to try and get the problem to come to us.
I
Yeah,
don't know who wants their body stolen by a stinky black-eyed monster.
yeah. Well, that's a
I'm
good
willing to buy the
fiction
truck if it
story.
comes down to it.
Well, let's not be hasty. Let's do some digging. I want to.
Yeah.
You're right. We need to look into Reinhardt. And do you think it would be terrible if we? I think it would be if we asked the ex-wife. But then if it feels like it would just be opening up a wound, wouldn't it?
Sounds like the best idea in the world to me.
Oh, of course you do, Tommy. Well, you give her a call if you're so hot on that idea. I don't know. I regret saying it now. It seems like a terrible thing to do.
That's pretty cold.
I don't think I'm going to get much from her, Tommy. If you want to go for it, I won't stop you.
Absolutely, and honestly, I don't want to walk in a law firm dressing the way I do, so telephone might be the best thing for me.
Do we know her name though? I mean, if we don't even know her name, then good luck trying to find her. Well, no. See,
I'll just be, hi, is it David's mom? And go from there.
how are you going to find her? We don't know her name.
Well, Hemsworth. Oh no, she probably
Helms.
dropped
It's
the
a
last.
divorce.
I mean,
That's-
she could have.
That might be where Stan can find a name and a phone number for me.
All right. I want to.
And
I
you're
wanna
not
head
even
over
sure
to
where
this
she's
law
from.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's true.
We don't even know where Larry Hemsworth is from.
Oh, I don't know why I thought he said he was. No, the little boy's name though. His son's name was on that list. Where did it say he? had gone
Yeah,
missing
it's
from?
David Hemsworth. That's the kid.
You are correct. David Helmsworth disappeared in Santa Fe.
Santa
Mexico.
Fe. Oh, the map,
From-
all
the
way
road
to
trip
Mexico.
map. Yeah, went all the way to Santa Fe.
And that was the first
Yes.
victim that he got in his list, right? Was his son.
Correct.
So
That's,
theoretically,
1987. So
yeah, his list
terrible.
started with his son. So theoretically, this could go back farther somewhere else. Who knows if this is
Theoretically, yes. Maybe all the way back to Michigan.
I don't know that we would be able to trace that though, Steve. I don't. It seems like no law enforcement officer seems to be connecting any dots here or attaching it to an ice cream man.
So I think to your point, it is still about one, establishing just how crazy Larry was. And
Yes.
two, looking up the Hall of Records and things like that, finding out more about Bob and what happened to the truck, right?
Well, I think I'm going to
Center
head
for
over.
Missing and Exploited Children exist in 1990?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Did the Center for Missing and Exploited Children exist in 1990?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, Stanford and Tommy, you were going to look for the law firm. Where are you going to look?
Oh, he didn't even say what the name of it was.
Oh,
Yeah, he did.
No, he
gave the
did.
name. He gave the name.
Coppered and White.
Copper and White. Okay. Can we? Is that in a phone book?
Not in San Damiel. It's not.
Right. It was in.
Santa
Santa
Fe.
Fe. Santa
Santa
Fe is
Fe.
probably your best bet.
Right. That's.
All right.
I mean, it's
We'll
a big
assume
enough
that
firm.
You could use the telephone. You could use the information on the telephone.
Okay.
I think the old way you used to do it is you go
Operator.
155. Yeah, you do the area code 555-1212.
Oh yeah, information for the area.
Information for the area.
They have internet cafes at this point.
I don't think so.
No, internet was real basic.
Okay.
Like it was so ArtNet, right?
Mostly.
Almost. Was it so
What was
ArtNet?
that? Yeah, I think so. And I think you had like bulletin boards and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
That was
bulletin
about it.
boards. You had AOL.
Yeah.
You've
All right.
got-
So with a little bit of searching and a little bit of talking to the operator and stuff, you do find the law firm of Coppard and White in Santa Fe. So you've got the number.
You want to do the speaking, Tommy, or do you want me to do it?
It's all you, my friend. It's all you.
All right, I'll punch in the number, and I'm gonna wait for that response.
Good morning. This is Coppered and White. What can I do for you?
Yes, yes. I am an aspiring writer, and I've just stumbled upon a potential interesting true crime case. And I was just wondering if you could give me any information on an old employee I believe you had by the name of Larry Helmsworth.
Larry Helmsworth. Mike, do you know anybody named Larry Helmsworth? He says he used to work here years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
Does
But we really can't give out personal information.
I'm not looking for anything like particularly specific. I just am curious, like, how was his mental state? Did he seem like a stable person? Was he good at his job?
He's talking about his mental state. You hear the other guy say, "Who is that?" And he's like, "I don't know. Hold on." The guy, sorry, who is this?
Stanford Crabtree, aspiring author in Los Angeles.
Why are you asking about Larry?
Well, we recently met him, and he
You recently
killed
met
somebody.
him.
Yes, and he killed somebody and seemed to be in an unusual state of mind. And there's this strange conspiracy theory, and I'm just looking on to see if I can find any leads and just trying to see if was he stable when he was at this job.
I'm not sure I can answer any of your questions. Look, all I can tell you is Larry was a fine research assistant. He was very good at his job, and then his kid died, I think, or his kid went missing or something like that, and he never came back to work. He left. And you said
Okay.
you just talked to him, so you probably know more about him than I do.
Okay, yes, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Tell
Have a
them
wonderful
you're
day.
worried about their safety. Ask about, his wife.
These guys don't seem, I don't want to push him anymore. I don't think we're going to get much out of the wife anyways.
Yeah, he's already
I
hung
wanna
up.
Okay, good to know.
I want to see that ice cream truck. I really think we should try to find that ice cream truck.
I bet you it's with the police. The police wouldn't have just left it abandoned on the street. They would have impounded it.
Well, there is an impound yard you're familiar with. You know
Yeah,
where
we
it
could
is.
go to it. Let's make up a story. Like we saw a note saying that there's an ice cream truck for sale or something like that. We could just show up and ask.
That's
I
fine
think we
with
should
me.
give it a try. I think we should try it because
Okay.
I think, yeah.
So you find out where it's located and you head over to the impound yard. And of course, impound yards look kind of like junk yards. And they're surrounded by walls and what is it? Barbed wire fence.
Mhm.
And there's a little office up in the front with gates so that you can't get in unless.
That's my Volkswagen. Oh no. Oh, thank God. Oh, man,
All right. So, but the office is open. There's people in there. What do you want to do?
I mean, should we just say that we heard that there was one for sale? I mean, do they sell cars out of an impound lot?
Let's
Well,
just
no,
ask
they-
if it's here
I
first.
don't think so.
If-
Okay.
Parts.
If they're there too long, then they put them up for auction.
Okay.
Yeah, like we saw one because can we see it? The yard's probably not too big because this is a smaller place. So would there be a chance that we could see it? We could say we saw it walking by and was interested.
Well, what they've actually done is they've got walls around it, so you can't really
So-
see in until you get towards the gate. In which case, it's a chain link gate. But there is like what is that canvas sort of woven into?
Into the cyclone
thing.
fence. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But there's a chance that you could have seen it. Maybe if you were on the freeway going by, you could see down into the.
Yeah, it's really colorful. Yeah, I was
It
thinking about
does have those garish colors.
Yeah, well, we
Yeah.
could tell them that, hey, we want to get in before it gets to the auction, and hey, things get missing.
Would be
all the
great for
time.
moving.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah.
So you go into the office. There's a couple of other people in there picking up their vehicles that got impounded. And the guy, this young guy behind the counter, he's like, "Yeah, what can I do for you?"
Hey, got a question for you. We hear you have a ice cream truck that might be going on auction in a bit. Just saying,
No, ice
just-
cream truck got taken by the owner.
Wait, already?
Oh
It was
yeah,
on,
I
like,
think
2
yes.
days ago, right?
I think yesterday.
Yeah, that's what we were
I
thinking.
came and
Wait, so
picked it
Bob
up.
got it back already?
I don't know what his name was. I don't think it was.
I mean, you
Bob.
have it on record, otherwise the owner wouldn't have, taken it. But like, is it Bob or did Jack get it?
He pulls out a sheet and he starts looking through it and he says, "No." He says, "A fellow named Hugh Jones came in.
Hugh?
Said
Hugh Jones.
Hugh Jones said that he had sold the truck to a Jeffrey Kelly,
Oh, Hugh got
and that
involved.
Jeffrey Kelly had apparently been in some sort of an accident.
Yeah, he got run over by a truck.
Yeah, but Mr. Jones said that he hadn't paid for it. He'd only paid one payment of three
Well,
payments.
I mean, for Hugh, and again, you probably can't tell me any of this, but is he still in town, or do you have to go all the way back to Santa Fe?
As far as I know, he's got a local address.
Yeah, he said he
Yeah,
came
21
over here to pick it up.
2131 Martinez Avenue.
Oh, he's staying at his old place then. Okay.
And he was here yesterday.
Well, he
Yeah,
got
he
your
came and
house.
picked it up.
Was it just
um,
Hugh, or was there was his girlfriend with?
No, just you. There's just
Okay.
one guy.
All right, that's fine.
Um,
Well, you know what? Hey, thanks so much for your help, man.
yeah,
I
sure.
guess we'll go and find Hugh, and I guess hope we get there before Bob does. I don't know. All right, thanks. And they just
A wonderful day,
got
sir.
out the door yet.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Interesting.
Curious, sir. There's lots of
So-
names, lots of people.
We've got both this Bob and Hugh Jones in the picture.
But we have an address for Hugh, and
We do.
assuming we could get a phone number pretty easily. So I think
Could we
need to
use our
start there.
earlier knowledge roll to see if this is like a nicer part of town again, or is it still the outskirty?
Get out the
Um,
map.
Oh,
Sure,
yeah,
Martinez
2131.
Avenue.
Martinez. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a little bit more obscure of a city, but rather easily you can figure out you probably have a Thompson guide, which has all the streets. It's in a fairly decent area. It's still, mostly suburbs, but it's nicer suburbs.
No.
Houses and lawns this time instead of apartments.
So do you guys think we should look up anything we can in the Hall of Records or library for Bob and for Hugh and see what we know first, or just go right to Martinez Avenue and have a look-see?
I say we should just go. I mean, how many average people end up in the newspaper for any reason at all? Probably not many. It'd be a lot of work trying to.
Yeah, could
trying
be
to
a
Well,
do
lot.
records might have exact copies of the pink slips from purchasing. I don't think
Alright.
it's the worst idea.
Yeah, but the names are weird, right? Because we thought Bob sold it to Jeff based on what we saw in the house. Now
Yes, and
Hugh.
that's what's got
Identity
me.
theft seems more likely, like counterfeits and stuff like that.
That's what makes me curious here, because now we've got two people that both supposedly owned it before.
All right, if you want to go
So-
search up the
Okay,
record of
tell me.
sales, let's go do
I'm-
that then.
Yeah, I mean, if things are real fishy, I wonder if this Bob guy's even alive now.
Right, or maybe
Possibility.
the Hall of Records are compromised. Ooh. There you go. There's your conspiracy angle too.
So were you going to go to the Hall of Records or are you going to go to the address?
Your choice, Annie.
There,
Let's go to the
do
Hall.
a knowledge,
Let's go to the
knowledge roll really quick, because there's something that
Ooh, 2.
Hard
Yes.
pass.
Hall of Records doesn't always have things available. I mean, the same week that things took place. They have to be
Just
processed.
bought
They
that
have to be,
car.
yeah.
Yeah.
You have a good point there.
I say we just go to the house.
I
If
agree.
nothing else, we can be friendly. Just say we were interested in it.
All right. So you're driving. You come into a fairly decent area. You know, there's an area where there's like convenience stores and stuff like that. But then you're off of that and into the suburbs, and it's kind of like an urban maze. You know, as you wend your way in there. But the houses look nice, and the lawns are all fairly well kept. And you're following you follow this turn and that turn, and you're finally on Martinez Avenue, and you're counting the numbers as you're going along, and you can tell that 2131 is just a few houses down there, and it's a nice two-story house. It's yellow and white, mainly colors. There's some little flower gardens in the front of the porch, some shrubbery, and there is a one of those I don't know how to describe. You find a boat. There's a boat in the front yard, kind of in the little side thing next to the garage, and the garage door is open. There's a car parked in the street, and you're thinking there might be a car parked inside the garage. And it's a bright, sunny day as you pull up in front and find a spot to park your car. As you get out of your car, you can hear music, probably from a radio inside the garage.
What if we act like, I'm sure this guy advertised somewhere that he was selling it, and we act like, oh, we know it's late, you know, it's been a few weeks since we saw the advertisement, but we really want to know if you're still selling it or something like that.
I agree. We definitely need to approach it from that kind of angle, I'd say.
I agree. Should we all go up or just one or two of us? And
I don't think all of us should necessarily. You know, you open your front door and there's 4 people standing out there. It's kind of intimidating.
yeah,
Exactly.
I'll stay in the car then, and
I'll stay in the back
and,
too.
yeah.
I'll
Stay-
go with you, Stan. Nobody should, we don't know this person. I'll go with you, Stan.
All right.
So Stan and Annette, you get out of your car, you step onto the sidewalk, you walk a little bit towards the driveway going up to the house. Like I say, the garage door is open, and you can see there's somebody in there moving around. Looks like they might be working on that car that's inside the garage. You can hear a little bit of banging around as you get up there. What do you do?
I'd probably still want to try and be more in the polite angle and knock on the front door. But if no one answers, then I'd knock on the garage.
Oh, say, so you turn to the right, you walk along the little path to the front door, and there's a doorbell.
Okay.
So you hear the doorbell go ding dong like that. And after a couple of seconds, you can hear somebody in the house coming towards the door. And just about the time the door starts to open, this fellow steps out of the garage as well, because he heard the doorbell. The guy who steps out of the garage is about 5'6", maybe. He has silver white hair. Looks like he might be in his 50s or 60s. He's rather thin. He does not have a shirt on, so he's saggy and quite speckled. Looks like he spent lots of time in the sun. And a woman answers the door in front of you who looks probably about the same age and the same complexion. And before she can say anything, he's like, yeah, can I help you?
Sir, are you Hugh Jones?
Hugh Jones? No.
Really?
What do you people want? Oh, if you're Jehovah's Witnesses, you can just leave.
No soliciting. We just were led to believe that you had an ice cream truck for sale.
Ice cream truck? And his wife says, Ken, who are these people? And he says, I have no idea. They seem to think that I'm somebody I'm not. No, as you can see, there's no ice cream truck. What do you mean ice cream truck? Is this a joke? Are we on TV?
Can I roll psych on
looking
this
around.
guy?
Go ahead.
That is a regular success.
He seems generally amused and confused.
Huh. Okay. That's interesting. I'm sorry, sir. There's no
Hey,
chance that your
aren't
name.
you that author? I think
Yes.
honey, come down here. I think this is Miss Annette Cleary, the author. You're joking. And she comes down. She's like, well, my God, you are. I've got your book. Oh, wait. And she runs back in the house.
So nice to meet you. Have
what-
you? We had read an advertisement for someone who's selling an ice cream truck, and it gave your address. I don't suppose you've seen any bright yellow ice cream trucks around this neighborhood, have you?
bright yellow. I mean,
I mean, I
this
think we have
neighborhood,
that picture, right? Like
Ice
like
cream?
this.
ice cream
Yeah.
trucks. No, our ice cream truck doesn't look anything like that. It's a little white thing,
Okay.
know,
Well,
kind of dirty if you ask me.
strange.
I think they sell drugs out of the back of it, but the kids all get their ice cream from it. I'm
would
sorry.
know,
They must have written
Sure,
down
no,
the
of
wrong
course.
address. They must have.
that's all
they
right.
must-
Thank you,
You wouldn't know a
Appreciate it.
Bob Reinfield, would you?
Reinhardt.
Means
Reinhardt.
nothing to me. No,
No. Okay.
no idea.
Interesting.
We should ask the ice cream people. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Well, sorry for troubling your time, sir.
Sure.
We were given the
But yes,
wrong
thank you.
address, it seems.
Thank you so much, Miss Cleary,
Of
for
course.
signing my book. And you guys get back in your car and
Any luck?
Dead
Hugh
end.
Jones gave us the slip. It's not his address.
Yeah, this guy's name was Ken or something.
Huh. You know what? If I were an ice cream guy and there's a random ice cream guy on my route, I'd probably be the first one to know and talk to all my fellow ice creamers about someone poaching, and not giving appropriate respect, as it were. It's a
You
turf
watch too
thing.
much movies. You don't watch too much movies, Tommy.
Well,
It's
he's
called
an actor.
character research, Annie. It's called character research. So
I don't think there's some kind of crime, ice cream crime syndicate.
No, but it's a network. It's like tradesmen, right? You have your area, you have your turf. Hey, this neighborhood is mine, that neighborhood is yours. You don't want an ice cream turf war.
Well, wait around long enough. I'm sure you'll find an ice cream. It's the summer.
I'm sure I'll hear
they're
it
around.
coming. Can I
Good.
wait or hope that an ice cream truck comes
You should
nearby?
copy down pictures of that photo and put like missing wanted posters for it.
Right.
Have you seen this ice cream truck? $500 reward.
Yeah.
Yeah, do a luck roll. Tommy.
Okay. Oh dear. Oh dear. Ooh, 34. 34 over 50.
Okay. So it is a suburban neighborhood. You're sitting there for a while and you're getting ready to leave when you do hear the tinkling of an ice cream truck, maybe a couple of blocks over. What do you guys want to do?
Ice
Let's
cream
take that
sounds
picture.
good.
Ice cream
Let's
always.
take that picture and ask them. And yes,
Yeah.
we can get some ice cream.
Thank you, Annie.
All right.
Did say I was treating you.
I don't have much money. I'm stealing
got
figurines.
money.
That's how broke I am.
I've got like,
Trade Luke Skywalker for an ice cream.
yeah, I have $5,000 worth of cash on me,
That's a lot of ice cream.
so I can buy us the ice cream.
All right. Well, maybe not 4 grown adults crowding around an ice cream truck. That seems a little creepy.
Here, I'll give you the money. I'll stay back.
All right, I'm gonna take it and I'll pocket some of it and then use the rest to.
We don't want to be creepy in the same
I
time,
probably
right?
did give you like $50 because
Right.
don't have a concept of like,
Right. How much does a banana cost?
yeah,
All right, so I'm gonna walk up to the ice cream
right.
man among the crowd of kids or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. He's parked and there's kids come up to him. And this is a white, fairly standard looking man. Yeah. And the kids are all getting ice cream. You go up to it. The guy inside is a redheaded kid. Looks like he's, in his 20s. And he's like, yeah, what can I get for you, mister?
Hey, you're not the other guy. Like
What are you talking about?
I don't know, like last time it was this like ugly yellow red thing that was around selling ice cream. Like, and then I show
This
up.
is my territory. This is I've been doing
I
the
don't know,
same
man.
thing.
Like, and that's what I was asking. Like, the guy was charging like half your prices. So I'm like, what the hell? Like, have you seen like this before?
That would be a territory violation, and I don't think that would work because this is our territory. I ain't
I'm
gonna
just
sell any
saying.
ice cream in my territory, or he's not gonna sell any ice cream.
I mean, hey, I'm just saying, and that's why I'm curious, right? Because you got to pay respects, and everyone has their thing. So, like,
Well, I'm sorry, mister. If you want to find some other ice cream guy, you're gonna
Right.
have to go to some other neighborhood because there is no way anybody else is in my neighborhood. I'm
well,
gonna start asking.
I mean, if you're curious, we do have their license plate.
Show it
Again,
to me.
I'm just
don't care
helping
what the
you guys
license plate-
out.
What's
Huh?
this? What ice cream truck are you talking about?
So I show him the picture of the ice cream truck, the yellow and whatever. I don't know. I mean, if they're undercutting you guys, it just seems wrong.
Not in this neighborhood. No, I've
All
never
right.
seen any truck like that here. You might try there's a guy over on the east side, Pete's Ice Cream. I think he's got like 6 trucks.
All right. Well, here's my number, and I'll tell you why I'm curious. Because, again, there's a territory thing, and you guys maintain your turf, and everything's good. But we don't need an ice cream
Who
truck.
are you?
You don't need to worry. Here's my number. If you see this, let me know, and you'll never be bothered by this ice cream truck again. Can I
I take it
bluff
from you,
fast
he
talk
looks-
a person? I'll try to charm him with that.
Well, he looks really confused and angry at this point.
It's like, don't worry about it. Just let me know, and it'll never be a problem. Just give me a call next time you see or your friends hear about this truck. Again, we want ice cream for children and nothing more.
We should have put points in fast talk.
I
Whatever.
know I could charm, but that's about it.
Whatever.
Fearful of ice cream.
Well, thank you so much. And then I walk away. So apparently, he hasn't seen it. He does recommend this guy on the east side called Ice Cream Pete,
Pete's.
I guess, who has a bunch of trucks, but they do take it seriously. So I'm thinking, I mean, it takes a croak to catch a croak. We want to catch an ice cream man. You use ice cream man.
We have the ice. Do we?
Top
You got
ice
me saying
cream
it
man.
now. Do we have the license plate that, like, for the state of California? I know that, like, a picture of the ice cream truck.
I'm
of the
sure
state
we
of
have like with a
California.
bunch of pictures from the suitcase, right?
I remember he
Yeah,
said
but I think they're
earlier
all
that there
different
were
states or something.
like-
Different, yeah,
the license plate changed over time.
right. And well, never mind. I was gonna say maybe the most.
Well, and
recent.
they'll recognize the like Steve was saying, the little marks and dents and whatnot.
Right.
Yeah, you're a car guy, yeah, you like it's like a character, right?
You could
I
try
didn't know
the
if we would be
license
able
bureau.
to track down the license plate owner, but
Well,
I mean,
you
I
didn't
don't-
Oh, by the
actually.
VIN number, yeah.
I just looked at the picture again. There's no license plate in the
No
picture.
license- okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, let's
You-
let's go see what this Pete's ice
Yeah.
cream.
and
This feels so silly now. Like, you are so ridiculous, Tommy. This is
hey, you sell Cutco knives, same idea. There is an order of things.
I guess it's nice to
Alright.
get out of the house though. Okay. Let's go see.
All right. So you once again you're back at the phone booth looking in the phone book. You find a company called Pete's Ice Cream. It looks like it's a company, not a corporation. You drive over, it's in a much more industrial area of the town. And it's in one of those areas where there's just rows of square white buildings that have all kinds of little companies stuck into them, here and there. It's around in the back area of this. So it's a fairly large compound, probably at least 50 companies are in that particular compound area. You have to go down a row and across and down another row. And finally, you're going along the back wall of the compound, and you see a place where there is a Pete's Ice Cream sign. And it says underneath, not open to the public, because it's not an ice cream shop. But you can tell that he's got places for at least 6 or 7 trucks that can be parked there and then locked behind a chain link fence. There's nothing there right now. But the sliding door, that is up. And you can see that there are people in there doing stuff. Looks like there might be ice cream packing and stuff going on in there. And there is right next to it a glass door, that for the office. As you go up.
Stan, your earlier idea about wanted posters for that ice cream, that's actually not the worst idea in the world. How much do you think it'll take to make some advertisement posters for the latest best ice cream franchise that's coming to town? Have that poster all over, let's say, this neighborhood, and then let Pete and our mysterious ice cream friend find it out.
I mean, I'm no expert on the cost of printing things out and the like, but I mean, I could definitely afford it, surely.
Something to think about, if we need to.
I definitely think we should go in this office and see if these people have seen this truck.
It's the truck. Yeah, it's such a distinct truck.
Under the same guise of, oh, we're looking to buy this truck.
Right.
I think so. Who do we want to send in? Do we want to all go? Send in some of us?
I'll probably keep an eye out, here while you guys go in and check.
How about you, Steve?
I'm okay. I'll go in.
I'll keep Tommy in check over here.
All right, let's go and see if we can find any leads on this truck here, Steve.
So while they go, I try to, persuade Annie about giving me better roles for her play or sorry, for the movie. Come on, I can make a great supporting, whatever.
All right.
Can do.
So you go up to the front door, and it makes a little ding-a-ling sound when you go through the door. And there is a fairly decent-looking little reception counter. But the room is enclosed, and there's just a door in the back. And there's an old, ugly silk plant, made to spruce up the place a little, but it's dusty. And when the bell rings, there's just a couple of seconds, and a woman comes through the back door, and she says, "Oh, hi," and she goes behind the thing. She says, "Are you here for an order, or what can I do for you?"
I've just was wanted to know, and I'm going to pull out the photo of the ice cream truck. If this company happens to have this truck or know who does, you see, I'm looking to purchase it. And I heard...
yeah, hold on. And she opens up the back door and she yells like, "Pete!" Yes. And after, you can hear some yelling from the back, like, "What?" And he's like, "There's some people here that need to talk to you." So after a few minutes, Pete comes in. Pete's he's dressed like a working man. He's obviously helping out doing stuff. He's in overalls. He comes in, Pete Ramsey. What can I do for you?
Stanford Crabtree, and I'll shake his hand if he put his hand out, please.
And you've got the picture?
Yes. I'm going to hold it out.
He says, "Yeah, I own that truck now. That's my truck. I purchased it. I got all the paperwork."
Yes. Did you buy it from a man by the name of Hugh Jones by any chance?
No. I don't know who Hugh Jones is.
I see. What is it?
I purchased it from Morton Downer.
Morton Downer.
Yeah, interesting.
Yes. I was wondering.
Who are you with?
You see, I'm a bit of, I'll admit, an eccentric, and I just find the colors on this particular ice cream truck to be I believe it is almost a work of art, and I'd be interested in purchasing it.
Well, I just got it. You know, I've got 6 trucks already, and a 7th. We're growing business. We're trying to
I'll
take
give you
over
20%
the
above
Holy
market
side.
price. You'll profit from it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I just sent out. I just sent out one of our experienced drivers with a new kid that's going to be working for us.
This could be in a major motion picture. That's why we're looking for it.
How much are you like willing? Yeah, no, yeah, leave me your number, and I just went through buying this thing. How much are we talking? Oh, are you with Hollywood?
I'm associated with it. Have you heard of the Crabtree family?
No, but
Well, I'm going to be involved in an upcoming motion picture of an adaptation of Pluto Rising. And we're just looking for what our next big project will be after that. And I don't know, this truck I think could be a real asset. But yes, here's my phone number. I'm sorry to intrude, but could I see some of the paperwork?
yeah.
Just get the contact info.
All right.
Just-
I want to get.
He gets the paperwork, the license. He's got the pink slip.
Is any information?
Everything is in order. Yeah, you do see the name Morton Downer. There is an address, 4423 Post Mill Road.
Okay. And
there's a phone number.
Okay. Thank you, Pete, was it? Yes, here's my phone number. Call me when that truck comes back in, and once you've reached a decision.
Well, it comes back in every evening. Obviously, we don't sell ice cream at night. We're open 7 a.m. to 6. But I mean, you got to give me some time to think it over, because I mean, I got to find another truck. I've already hired a new driver.
Yes, there's not the most bit of urgency, but when next time it arrives, would you mind if we viewed it?
I don't know. You're going to have to be here earlier than 7 a.m.
All right, that works for me.
And then this could be made very much worth your while.
Because like we lock up at 6 and we go home.
Understandable, yes.
Wow. I mean, nobody's ever had Hollywood. Hell,
yeah.
I'm not really attached to it. I've only had it for a couple of days now. Really?
Yes, really. Just outside, we've got our car parked, and Annette Cleary herself is in there.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, well, she's a sci-fi related author. I'd recommend you check some of her work.
I don't read sci-fi.
Understandable. Well, have a wonderful day, sir, and think about your decision, and I'll be here bright and early tomorrow to check out this truck.
All right. Do a psych roll.
All right.
Oh,
Ooh,
no.
I got an extreme.
You got
100.
an extreme?
Yeah.
As you turn to walk out the door and you glance back at him, the light coming through the glass door in the front sparkles in his eyes, and you see little dollar signs appearing as you're walking away, because Hollywood wants to buy his truck.
Yeah.
He was a Shoggoth. He was transforming.
Okay, so it wasn't literal dollar signs. It's just like that
Right,
look in his
no.
eye of like,
It was
Oh,
like,
man.
holy crap, I could reimburse my money and get a better truck.
okay, great.
It's
How
the
much,
look of
like,
greed.
How much does 20% above like market
You don't
price
even know what
for
he
it?
paid for it.
Okay. I mean, I can afford it. Hopefully, I've got assets of I think $500,000. Surely it can't be that much more. 5,000, yeah, maybe.
Again, you just said you'll buy it. You don't actually have to do it.
Yeah.
All right, so you head back towards the car.
Yeah.
So what happened?
We got a name and an address of. They've got the truck. Purchased it a few days ago from a Morton Downer.
And how much you want to bet that address is nowhere, nobody named Morton? I feel like we're on a wild goose chase.
You know
it's
what? Certainly seeming like it.
This is starting to add up with what Larry was saying. Like
The
people
false identities.
false identity after false identity, and that's where this entire chain of previous owners is. We've got one name after another that's not matching up.
Regardless, though, they seem to follow that truck. So I think if we can get that truck, then whatever is causing this is going to magnetize towards us. I'm going to be stomping over here bright and early tomorrow to see the truck, and I think he might be willing to sell it to me.
Can we go
I think
and? Sorry, go ahead.
Do we think it's worth it even going to see if this Morton Downer and this address even exists?
So we should call the phone number first, though, I think.
That's a good idea. It's a good idea.
So that way, if we get a response there, then we know we can go and visit and not go to the other side of town for nothing like we just did with that damned Hugh
So you
Jones.
probably don't
area.
have a cell phone in your car.
No, we got to go to a phone booth.
Yeah,
All right.
pay phone, yeah.
So you
Oh,
head
so-
to a nearby. I'm sorry, go
Sorry,
ahead.
go ahead. I was gonna say, hey, on the topic of Larry, I wonder if he's calm enough for us to visit and chat with. I mean, he's a
Well-
suspect in a homicide, but I'm sure there's still ways to chat with him. And if we sound a bit more sympathetic now that we know a bit more, maybe there are things he can tell us.
Quite possibly. He was only arrested yesterday, but I imagine either sometime tonight or tomorrow that a visitation could be a possibility, unless he's just, deemed a danger to himself and others, and they've locked him in the loony bin.
Yeah, he probably has a public defender, given how he looks or dresses, and that'll take who knows
Yeah,
how long.
if he has a public defender already, they may not allow us to talk to him, but it's still worth a shot. I like your idea of following up with this new owner, Morton Downer, just to see if he exists.
Well, Morton's the guy that sold it to
The Pete.
Pete. So Pete's the new owner now, I guess.
And Morton
All right.
somehow got it from Jake.
I mean,
Kelly.
he's already using the truck.
Right. He
He's
said he
hoping
sent it
no
out.
kids are
With,
going missing.
well, he didn't
Keep
you
an eye on
guys
the
get
news.
sent out with his experienced guy and a new kid?
Mm.
Yes. Didn't you describe one of them as being blonde?
Blonde, black eyes, stinky.
Like, did Pete say that one of those employees on that truck was blonde, and wasn't Larry? No. Okay.
Hmm.
My
Oh,
tinfoil
well,
hat's on too tight.
Let's go find a phone and give this Morton person a phone call.
Yeah.
Back in that day and age, there were telephones everywhere.
Yes.
So
Every block.
every block you'd find a TV, I mean a telephone. All right, so it's not a big deal. You pull up to a phone and you dial the number, and the ringtone disappears, and you hear,
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
Damn it.
That's kind of what I figured.
and with that, I would like to take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
So after that minor revelation, what do you guys want to do next? It is still fairly early in the day. It's still
Well-
before lunch.
I really want to make sure we get there early. Let's get there
yeah.
even earlier. Like he said, what, 7 a.m.? So
Let's get there at 5:30.
Yeah, let's
we
get
could
there.
stay after 6,
Yeah.
We're not breaking into this place. At least I'm not.
Well, no, we're not breaking in. He mentioned that, hey, the trucks come back at 6. He
Yes,
knows
but then
what
they
to
all
buy.
go home and lock up. Like,
He's the owner. Like, you tell people you lock up, you're still in the back doing things till 9.
I don't
You
know.
just tell
I
him,
feel
hey,
like
I'll look at the car.
I don't want to be too much of a hardhead about this, and we'll be able to see it in the morning anyways.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Now, if we find in the newspaper tomorrow that a child goes missing, then I'll feel bad. But I wouldn't count on that per se.
Can we find out which route that specific truck went? Can you go back and ask?
I
I
don't
suppose
wanna-
it's a weird question, yeah.
It is a good question.
It's a good question, but a strange one.
Stan, do a spot hidden.
Okay. That is either hard or extreme.
It's
I
regular.
can spend 2 luck to make it extreme, but it's a hard.
Okay, a hard. Hard's good. There was a big map of San Damiel inside the office. I mean, you just sort of, it registered, in your head, but you didn't really stare at it at all. But it is the eastern part of the town that is their territory. And it looks like it was divided up into like 6 spots.
Okay.
Which would be
okay.
where his
and I
6
can-
trucks would go. So you have an idea. San Damiel's not huge.
Okay, so like obviously I don't know like which truck is R1. I
You
know
know.
I know where they're gonna hit up.
Yeah, we
Okay.
could
Try to catch him en route.
Drive around.
Yes.
Maybe we'll see something.
I was thinking more if we see kids missing around the east side, then
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely something we could spend our evening doing, otherwise waiting for tomorrow. Other than driving around, the only thing I could think of would maybe be attempting to see our boy Larry.
I don't know that they're going to let us do that.
Yeah.
it can't hurt to try. Maybe some of us drive around, others try and
Why do none of these people exist?
They
Who are
don't-
these people? Why do they not exist? How are they getting such fast turnarounds on this vehicle? They're just
how
passing
is-
one
How
after
is the
another.
bureaucracy not realizing this?
How
I'm
is the
wondering-
bureaucracy even happening? Paperwork takes days to process.
I'm wondering if the truck does actually have a nefarious connection, maybe with, I don't know, sometimes drug cartels ship drugs in car parts or whatever. I wonder if this truck has packed up with cocaine or something, and it's being, I don't know, something fishy along those lines might be going on here.
So you're thinking that the truck is a made truck, if you will, and the cops or whoever know to turn a blind eye, or the people at the Hall of Records know to turn a blind eye if they see that VIN number and just let it go on its merry way. You're thinking something like that?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's some
That's a-
kind of packed mule truck. I have no idea. But it's
Multiple
true.
statewide conspiracy.
So
Yeah.
Jay Kelly gets that truck, the purchase on it, on like the 30th of this last month. He dies on the 1st.
5 days ago, yeah.
It goes
Yeah.
to impound.
Yeah.
Yesterday, on the 4th, Hugh Jones gets it, and then it goes from there to some Morton Downer, and then to Pete. Like Pete must have
I
like
mean-
literally gotten this yesterday.
I'm
Well,
assuming Mort Downer and Bob Reinhardt and
Hugh Jones are all fake names.
they're the
yes,
same people.
but-
And I'm assuming they're all the same person.
Right. So
Whoever
when
they
we
are.
impound log to Pete's possession is what we're really saying. If we take out the mysterious person.
But there is someone there. There's someone there in the middle.
There's
Who
this
is that
anonymous
person?
force that is giving this truck to people quite quickly, and it seems like tragedy is following this truck. So
I mean, only Jeffrey that we know.
yes, but there was also the instance of previous owners and children getting abducted from
Yeah,
around
children abducted in other places. It wouldn't have
And the
been Jeffrey
previous-
who did that.
The previous owners are also never found.
Are
it.
they?
No,
Are they though?
I don't think we looked into it.
Well, we haven't.
I don't know that we
really-
can trace previous owners to a vehicle we don't know anything about.
Well, we have a list of drivers in his in that briefcase. Like he tracked for each location what was the name of the driver for the
he did.
truck. Yeah. So we have a list of known drivers for the truck in different.
We need to
states.
look up these drivers. Jeff ended up in the paper because something big happened to him. If something big happened to these other drivers, they'd be in papers too.
Ooh.
And we know where they were and when and
Right.
who. We need to look up these people.
Fine, I'll go read.
Well, what if you two want to follow the route? Steve and I can go look into these people.
I won't be much of help when it comes to going through the books. I'm down to just go and do some scouting.
You want to do scouting or Larry talking?
Let's give Larry another day or something before we attempt that. I think let's go around the route. We'll drop you guys off at the press.
The library. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that might be a wild goose chase trying to drive around town looking for it, but yeah.
I'm a decent
Hard to miss, at
driver.
least.
Stan, I'm sure you have a car. So
Oh,
if you want,
yes.
I can drive, yeah.
I'm only average when it comes to actually driving, though. I don't do it very. Chauncey often does some driving.
You rich boys.
Okay,
All right.
so let me get this. Are we going to look up records? Are we going to drive around?
Me
Thanks.
and Tommy are driving the routes, and those other two are going to be doing research.
Yeah. Steve and I will be looking into these other drivers.
Okay. Okay. So let's start with Annette and Steve. You guys are going to look in records.
Yes.
It's not exactly easy to trace very much, but after, let's say, an hour or so of looking, trying to look through records at the library and so forth, you do find newspaper articles concerning a lot of the kids that are missing. You, of course, don't find any references to the fact that what little kid doesn't go to an ice cream truck. But they all went, the dates correlate to the days, the times they went missing. The drivers also, if you look at that list, here, I'll pull it up again really quick. There is a list of drivers as well. The children are on the left and the missing drivers are on the right. They all went missing in the same areas.
Right. So we've got. Oh, Hugh Jones is on that.
Stanford, you're not there with them.
Got
So
it. Thank you.
Hugh Jones was apparently the last one in Los Angeles.
Wait, do we remember this vaguely?
We're not there looking.
Well, I mean, you don't have
Yeah,
the records. It's hard. How do you remember all these names? But there's definitely a line also of missing drivers
Yeah.
that have disappeared. And the fact that they were all ice cream truck drivers is kind of more significant than the children disappearing.
Wait. There's a Hugh Jones that's a missing kid.
Oh, that's just an accident then. On my-
Oh, okay. I was like, revelation.
I thought they're like stealing
It was
names.
almost a light bulb moment.
I had to make up names and I just
Right.
probably picked the same name
That's fine.
twice.
That's fine.
Okay.
But other than that, so you do kind of verify that these are legitimate missing persons as you go along. Stanford and Tommy, do luck rolls as you're driving around the
All right.
east side neighborhoods.
That is exactly an extreme. I'm rolling really good recently.
I failed, so we'll rely on that.
But a
extra.
10 out of 50.
So ice cream trucks follow like they have patterns that they follow and they go out at certain times of the day. And so you start to run into them here and there. Most of them are white. Some of them are colorfully, painted up and so forth. But after you've been driving around for maybe an hour and a half, you turn down a little suburban street, and there's the truck.
My
It's
God,
parked-
Tommy.
It's parked over there, and there is a line of kids getting ice cream from it.
In the mood for some ice cream, Tommy?
Always in the mood for some ice cream. I do have to keep an eye on my figure though. So
All right. So yeah, I'm going to park the car, do a quick little parallel park nearby, and I guess get in line.
yep. Do you want me to pick up the ice cream? I'm a bit low on cash, but
Yeah, here's another $50.
I take another 50, hoping he forgot he paid me 50 already. But last time I never got the ice cream. And then I go and walk up to, take a look at the whoever who's selling the ice cream. Because we know there should be two people. So I'm gonna line up with the rest of the kids.
Okay. So you go up there, you get into line with the rest of the kids, and the kids are quite happy. You can see, you've still got maybe 4 or 5 kids ahead of you. You can see in the truck, there is a gentleman who looks like he's maybe in his mid-40s, and he's just standing over to the side, inside the truck. And there is a kid. He looks like he's maybe in his very early 20s. He has well-trimmed, very clean-cut hair. He's dressed in a little striped uniform with a little hat on, and he is very brightly talking to the kids. What will you have today? And he's serving them ice cream. He seems very smiley, very friendly, seems to be enjoying himself as he is selling this. And occasionally you'll see the guy next to him lean over and say something to him like, oh, we have this instead of that, and like this. So he's obviously the kid who's learning how to do the truck. What can I get for you, misters?
So do they look like, are any of them, that blonde, whatever that?
That
Not
description.
really,
That,
no.
Okay.
I mean, the kid's kind of a dirty blonde, but he's not a bright blonde. Kind of like a Shams blonde.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys are new to this route, aren't you? You're not the usual guy.
Yeah, this is my first day.
Oh wow, that's really exciting.
Yeah. Leon here is teaching me the ropes. Tomorrow will be my first day all on my own.
Nice, Leon. Oh, I remember you. You've been with Pete for like quite a few years, haven't you?
Yeah. Do I know you? I don't recognize
I mean,
you.
I show up at the office once in a while. But again, yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
No,
But
that's
yeah.
all.
I've been with Pete for like 12 years.
Yeah. This is a different car, though. I mean, this isn't as usual.
Yeah, he just bought this.
I don't know.
It
Not
was like
sure I like the colors.
was like a quick sale. Well, it's kind of ice creamy.
Yeah, I
So,
guess so.
It's different than his other trucks. Easy to notice.
Yeah.
little
How
bit more
does how does
state-of-the-art.
she handle though? I mean,
She handles
looks
pretty
like she has
good.
some miles on her. Like, I mean, I look at
Yeah, all these kind of trucks have their little eccentricities, but she does pretty well.
all right, cool. So is Stan next to me or Stan?
Yeah,
on your
I'm
Yeah,
with you.
You guys are both standing.
Yeah.
Well,
So
what
what-
can I get for you, misters? Anything?
Yeah, what do you
Chocolate fudge
think?
swirl.
My name is Martin, by the way.
Stanford Crabtree.
Hi, I'm James.
Cool. James
James
Stanford.
Jones. Yeah.
And Martin gets your ice creams. And for a second, he's looking at Tommy, and he's like, sorry for asking, but have you ever been in a commercial?
You know what? I get that a lot, and I have. In fact, I was in the latest Dove shampoo commercial. I'm sure
That's
you remember. That's where my locks. I mean, these locks do come in handy. Hey, I'm glad to have a fan there, Martin.
Cool. If I
Yeah.
had something for you to sign, I'd have you sign it, but I don't really have anything for you to sign.
I've got a spare business card you could sign the back of.
That'd
if you
be
want.
cool.
And I'm just saying, hey, you're a clean cut guy. If you're ever interested in, getting into business, just let me know.
Really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll call you.
Yeah,
It's
here's
not
my card.
it's not LA. I'm not like an actor trying to become an actor, but hey, who knows?
You'd be surprised what being an extra can pay.
I mean, wasn't Lana Turner discovered inside of a cafe?
True story. True story. Well, hey, nice chatting with you, Martin. Leon, hopefully I'll see you at the office again.
Cool. You have a nice day, mister.
When we're up at the front of the truck, like by the window and looking in, does there look like there's anything weird in the actual like area from what we can see?
Do a spot hidden for me.
That's a 70 out of 50.
All right. So what you can see, the front of the truck's glass, obviously, like you'd expect a van to sort of be. There's 2 seats there. You can see that there are ice cream. What do you call them? Like freezers. The casket freezers that you open this way. There are a couple of those, and there's some other equipment in the back. And that's about all you can see because it's kind of shadowy and there's not like brightly lit or anything. There's like a shelf on the wall.
Okay.
So they drive off and the music starts playing. And
one thing before they leave, you and I have time to jot down the license plate number.
It's LAN 217. I just made that up.
LAN 217. Cool.
And off they go. And if you follow them at all, you'll see them stop numerous times and kids come out.
Okay. So I imagine we probably would follow them for a little bit, but there's nothing crazy going
obvious.
on.
Right.
Yeah.
So do the car and the plates and whatnot, does it look legit or does it look like a vanity
I mean,
plate?
I don't know jack about what a fake license plate looks like to begin with.
It looks like a California license plate.
So what do you think, Stan?
Interesting. I wish I could have gotten a better look in the back of there, but we'll be able to do that tomorrow morning.
That's true. I mean,
But we got the license plate, which is that's handy. If you ask me, that Leon fellow, I don't know. There's like, my gut just feels like I'm probably just starting to go paranoid like Larry here, but
Do a cycle
okay.
on your feelings about Leon.
93. That is
12 over 30. So
Okay.
hard.
Tommy, you get the feeling from Leon that he's just an ice cream guy that's teaching the kid, he's probably you don't guess that he's moving up in the company because it's probably family owned, so there's nowhere he can go, but he probably will be sitting at a desk at this point instead of driving around the truck. Or maybe he drives one of the other trucks and it's just,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know,
showing
man. I
ropes.
mean, Leon.
He seemed nice.
Just coasting at this point.
I'm probably just starting to end up like Larry. Well, it seems like those two are pretty above board. Do you want to try and go and see if we can pick up our good pals at the library?
Oh, absolutely. Let's see what this baby can do. And I'll drive and speak just a little bit.
So without much difficulty, you find your friends at the library and you all end up heading over for lunch if you're not going to do anything else at the library.
I did have a question. The missing persons reports, are they accompanied by pictures of these people?
You probably have more pictures in Larry's thing than
I meant for the ice cream men specifically, not the
ice cream men
children.
specifically. It's hard to look stuff up like that, but maybe in the newspaper there's a few occasional pictures. They all look different.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Any luck at the library?
Lunch.
And there is something that does strike you as odd. They're all missing. They're not dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
missing.
very strange.
This kind of lines up with what Larry was saying. Like identities were being taken, not just identity theft, but like these
The
people
entire
go,
person.
yeah, this sounds like some weird horror movie, but I mean, it's obvious something more to it. Something weird's going on here.
So you're thinking, Steve, we have people going around killing ice cream men, stealing their identity, and then kidnapping kids?
It sounds crazy.
Oh no, it's that's standard serial killer, right? With a target.
And none of these children have ever been found, not even dead, sadly. I mean, but
And
you
here's just the
think,
one we know
out
about.
of this large list, you think at least one child would have been found.
Well, these are the ones we know about too, right? So who knows how?
Yeah.
Maybe Larry missed a few.
Yeah.
You can imagine that in a police list of missing children, these are just a scattering amongst a bunch of other.
Mm-hmm.
But these are all connected with this truck.
They seem.
Speaking of the truck, we did find the truck.
Oh yes, how'd that go?
It seemed pretty above board. There's this Leon and Martin fellows. Leon's been there a while and has been training that new kid. I think tomorrow is going to be Martin's first day by himself. I did get the license plate of it as well. It seemed pretty above board, but I mean, we couldn't like just crawl in there and rummage around. So, I mean, that Leon fellow, especially, at least according to Tommy, seemed like nothing fishy with him.
Just chilling. And Martin has a nice eye. He, of course, recognized me from one of my many commercials. So he seems like a good kid,
Whoever keeps passing this truck along, they must have something to do with it, right? Like they just
Surely.
conveniently pick it up from the impound, sell it to Jeff, pick it up from impound, sell. Like it's like they're passing it along.
So that's why I was thinking, I know this sounds outlandish, but something particular about the truck. Like
It's not
sometimes
the ice cream. Maybe there's something in the actual mechanics of it.
So we sit on the truck. Well, not literally. Well, maybe literally. Right? You keep an eye on the truck. You see the kids. You see.
Might need to
Goes
keep an
on
eye on
picking
the ice cream men. I mean, does
Yeah.
it seem like these
Is it the men or the truck?
men just? I mean, this all
The
sounds
men
ridiculous.
disappear.
Anyway.
The truck is still around.
I think we
This
pursue
sounds insane.
what we were talking about, Stan, about just buying it.
If this truck is a trouble magnet, then we just got to make sure that the truck's with us.
Yeah. And let's also, before we do it, maybe we could do it tonight before tomorrow morning and just get a contact at the police department. Just like somebody we could call, like a detective there, that we could call directly if the poop hits the fan.
And Steve, I mean, I'm not trying to say that knowing how to pick locks mean you have any other connections, but once Stan owns the truck and he can do whatever he wants to it, can you put like a tracker or something on it? Or do you know anyone from, friends that might have access to something like that?
Not quite. I'm not quite that type of guy there. I'm good with mechanical things. That's where I can pick locks, but I can also
Radio Shack and jury rig something?
You mentioned you're good with mechanics, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fair. I'm I'm pretty fair at it. I can make my way around vehicles and such.
When I purchased that thing, would you mind having a look under the hood and the like, and just getting the scope of some of the machinery of it?
I'm very curious. I mean, like I've read stories like back in World War II where sometimes they try to get gold out by making parts of the fenders gold, and then they paint over it and drive it out, and they would be hunted to find where those vehicles went. And
so 1990s question, do they have those things where you can remote lock down an engine? Like, how some car rental companies, if people like don't return the car, you can and then turn it off. Okay.
I don't
It's
think
something
so.
once you own the car. Okay.
That'd be kind of weird to have on an ice cream truck.
Oh no, but you can install it. Is what I'm saying.
I see.
Yeah, but that's
I mean,
that's future
when-
talk.
Once, yeah, let's get the truck. I think things will start to pan out. At least it will stop this madness from happening because we'll have it. And of course, the problem will probably get wrapped up then.
Maybe the problem will stop if we just lock it in the garage and.
Right, or drive it off a cliff.
Well, I don't want to.
Should we look at it?
You can
Oh
afford
yeah,
it.
yeah. We'll look at it. I really like that.
tonight?
And get lunch. I'm hungry.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're having lunch, but I think we should.
Okay.
I think we should go look at it tonight.
All right. Yeah, sure. If we're getting lunch, it's probably still like early
Yeah,
afternoon.
It's
right?
1:00.
Okay, they close at 6.
Yep. How many
Yeah.
cars do we have? Just is it
Oh,
just?
I've got my
Everybody.
my Volkswagen.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
It's
could-
not
everybody has a
impounded.
car.
So we could probably take 2 cars just in case.
Yeah.
Why did he think we were the people to approach? He recognized us.
well, yeah, but you're a
It was you.
recognizable person. It's you, and
Why
also
were you?
you're very
I didn't-
imaginative.
I don't. It
He-
just seems
he-
so strange.
He seemed to
That
indicate
is-
that you were the only person that would believe him because you're a sci-fi writer. And it's such a
Oh, I
weird
guess.
story.
Yeah, I guess that's.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It struck me as odd, but stranger things have happened so far.
true. That is true.
I mean, what strange things have happened beyond people we couldn't find?
Well, I mean, I feel like that's at least on the same level of strange as him
Very
recognizing
strange.
a celebrity. Well, at least some kind of celebrity.
I suppose that and the amazingly fast paperwork. That's probably more terrifying.
Indeed,
Yeah.
indeed.
And missing kids, missing drivers, all circling around this one truck and fast paperwork. So yeah, something weird's going on here, definitely. Just can't quite put it together.
So we're thinking
What are your
we'll,
plans for the afternoon? Anything?
Maybe do we want to try and get that police contact before we?
Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
like to go to the police to see if
talk to
there's
Larry,
an open
get a
investigation.
contact. Yep.
Yeah, and if we're going there, we might as well see if we can see Larry.
All right. What do you want to tell the detective when you're there? Well, I'll eliminate something. Unless you're a lawyer, there's no way you're going to see Larry.
Okay. I've got nothing in law.
Larry is currently being held in the county jail until he can be, I don't know what they call it, an arraignment. And considering his behavior and what he's done, he's not going to be released onto the street. So,
Okay, that makes
at
sense.
least a bit.
So how about we're researching a role for the Neo Child Exploitation Center and its origins and whatnot, and we think that missing child angle is something to proceed, or do we want to think concerned citizen? What are you guys thinking?
Well, for Larry, there's going to be no way they're going to let you.
Oh, not to see Larry, like just to
Okay.
start a conversation. Yeah.
With the police, I think we could use the angle that, we spoke with, they saw Larry speaking with us.
We
So-
should definitely let them know about these missing identities, I think.
Yeah, missing, especially missing kids. And we could say, hey, look, here's some names of people that are actually in the newspaper that are missing in Los Angeles. Do you know, is the FBI or police looking into this? Because this is quite concerning. Is it
that they
if
tell us?
well, we could say if we got a lead on something, who could we call? What would be, because they wouldn't want to mislead us. They'd probably want to hook us up with whoever's, maybe the FBI is looking into this.
How
Maybe.
big is this police department?
It's it's what you'd expect from. It's not the LAPD. It's not
Right.
the San Francisco PD, but probably about a quarter of what you'd expect.
Okay,
there. So
because I'm thinking
they still have
I
a
like
fairly
where-
decent sized building.
I like where you guys' heads are at, but we need a sympathetic party. So homicide or whatever is not going to care. You don't go into a feel or deem like child exploitation without a reason. Like whoever we find there, we find something somewhere happened that got them to go, oh, I want to protect kids. So I'm thinking if we can get in touch with a detective or someone in that department and then just play at those heartstrings, that might be where we're at. Because right now it's homicide because, hey, Larry shot a guy. So the homicide guys are over it. We
don't even need to bring up Larry, really.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, that's a good part. Right.
I definitely like Steve's idea of us trying to, see who we could speak to about when it comes to missing persons and children cases.
Right, children being hurt.
Okay.
So I think that's our angle. Will be like,
you're good at talking, Tommy. You want to take the lead?
I can certainly try. I'm not particularly pathetic looking, but we'll try.
So you drive over to the police department. It's like a 5-story high, beautiful chrome glass, modern looking building, probably with a heliport on the roof. There are policemen coming and going. You can see a place where there's a whole bunch of police cars parked. There's ramps, of course, going up because they're conscientious of people who were in wheelchairs. You step inside, and the outside presents a very beautiful, gleaming San Damiel look. When you go inside, it's very industrial. The walls are all painted kind of beige, and there are little cubicle windows for you to wait in line and go up to. And there's cheap blue plastic chairs that are shaped kind of the shape of your body. They're kind of comfortable and they're kind of not. There's people with numbers waiting in line. You are directed. You want to talk to a detective, missing children. Is that what you wanted? So
missing abused children, correct?
You are directed to Detective Wilma Lansing.
Is it Lansing or something?
Lansing. Yeah.
Lansing.
She is on the 3rd floor. You go up and you step out of the elevator into numerous cubicles and noise going on, telephone, people talking on telephones. And the receptionist calls in, for Wilma. And after a few minutes, she comes forward and she says, I'm Detective Lansing. What can I do for you? And I'm just going to join me at my desk.
Yeah. Detective Lansing, thank you very much for talking or, making time for us.
Sure.
We are somewhat concerned about the welfare of children actually right here in San Damiel. We think that there is a predator that has made their way to town, targeting specifically small children, and that's why we're bringing this to you.
What makes you think this?
And you're gonna laugh because it was the ramblings of a madman. But here's some information that we've been gathering and we came into possession of. And then I, bring out a list of first the map, and then right underneath it or next to it, a list of names and the drivers, and then the timeline.
So these are the missing children.
This is an example, and my concern is you can see it's a straight arrow almost right here to town.
Are there any missing children in San Damiel that you're referring to?
Do we see on the list that there's?
I think the most recent ones were L.A.
Right.
So.
Well, we're not in LA jurisdiction.
Right. Luckily, not yet, and that's why we're reaching out to you. Because
but here's the weird part about this: is that these disappearances have also been falling around the ownership of this ice cream truck. And we'll point out the photo to this. And here, that ice cream truck is now currently here. And I know this sounds crazy, but we've been looking up on the paper trail of who's been owning this truck, and it's puzzling. A kid named Jay Kelly buys this thing on the 30th of this last month. 2 days later, he's dead. It goes to impound. It's picked up by someone who is going by the name of Hugh Jones, just like the next day after they arrest the guy that had killed the kid. And this Hugh Jones on the impound papers and the like, his address is fake, his phone line is disconnected. Same with who this Jay Kelly kid got it from. And now the company that currently owns this truck, we looked at the paperwork for that, and it once again had one of those jumbled missing names, Morton Downer, that isn't a real. I just think it's odd.
Aren't you Annette Cleary, the author?
Yes, I am.
Is this, you're obviously not private investigators. Are you researching for a book, or why do you have this information, and why are you looking into this? How are you affiliated with this problem?
As you know, Ms.
Larry
Quigley has been
yeah,
doing a lot
Larry,
of stuff. Go ahead.
we were accosted by Larry Helmsworth yesterday.
Was
He-
that?
The man that
The man that was brought in
for
that
the
killed
death
the
of Jay Kelly.
Jay Kelly. Yeah. He had some very wild stories about all this, convinced
He
that
gets
his
on her
missing
computer.
son.
We had computers back then, didn't we?
Green
She says-
screens.
She says the homicide fellow that was
Yeah.
brought in. You're saying you got this information from him.
Yeah, he was.
This is his research.
Yes, he was
Okay.
convinced that this all tied back into his missing son.
And you
I
know what? We
think-
didn't believe him, but we went into the library, corroborated all of it.
Yeah.
Like, all these drivers completely missing, the kids. Otherwise, you're right. It sounds like the ravings of a grieving father, and that's a
Well,
terrible
um,
thing.
If this is associated with this Mr. Helmsworth, then we need to give this evidence to the lawyers,
Of course.
so that they can do that. So I'd like you to leave this with me.
Absolutely.
You say there's something odd about it. I'll look through it. But I think at this point it's got to be out of your hands.
Yes.
Would you
and
mind if we make copies of these first? You have carbon paper, right?
Oh,
We have copy machines.
Yeah.
We've had copy
Oh.
machines for
Okay.
50 years.
yeah, good. Copy the list and the photo.
Okay.
All right. Well, she reluctantly makes copies, but you shouldn't worry about this anymore. Just let us handle it.
It is for the kids. So
I
that's
would
fine.
especially advocate looking into, some of the missing kids. It's correlation, but not necessarily causation. But follow the paper trail for these nonsense names and how they just keep moving way faster than bureaucracy should. I think there's something very strange about that.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll take that from you, and we'll look into it.
If it's okay, Detective Lansing, do you have card or something we could call
Here's
you
my card.
in case?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And
Yeah.
I know you get a lot of crackpots, but it's coming from a good place. Hopefully you can see that.
Dove, you were in that commercial.
It's the logs. I get that a lot. Good eye. That's why you're a detective. Good eye.
All right. Yes. Thank you very much. You all have a nice day too.
You too, detective.
You do definitely see a couple of things. One is she's busy. Two, she's got a pile on her desk of things to investigate. you have no confidence that anything is actually going to be done, or
We
it's
have a
not
phone
going to be done
number?
by her. It's not
Right.
going to be done by, this will go into something that the lawyers might use it to say, this is why he's crazy.
Mm.
And then it'll all get.
I mean, if we're worried about children in San Damiel being taken, I think we need to look at that truck. I really,
I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, we need to stop
I think
this.
action's not going to get taken until something happens, and then it'll be too late.
Well, let's just get the truck. We will go in.
All
we'll
right. Meet
put in
later
an-
tonight, and are we going to try to catch them as they drive it in, or are we like
Well, we're officially visiting them
doing
to
after hours?
observing to go over the vehicle that Stanford's buying. I don't think we're doing anything underboard. It is like perfectly legitimate, whatever we'll be doing.
Oh yeah, if the
You know,
truck
we're
comes in.
not going to be breaking in. We just want to
Right.
watch it, drive in. Maybe we take shifts or something, watching overnight. See
Annie,
if
I
we
guess
see
Annie
the
is saying,
puppy.
do we come tonight or do we go tomorrow morning?
Well, we're gonna go tomorrow
No, we need
morning.
to go.
for
We
the-
need to go tonight. We do. I just
Yeah, we'll check on it tonight, but definitely be there like an hour before they said. Instead of 7 a.m., be there at 6 a.m. or
Well,
Do
the
we-
car's drive
Do
out.
we want to be like pushy and like do we want to try and buy it tonight? Or are we going to save that for the morning and this is more just like keeping an eye on it?
Well, I wouldn't want to like tick the guy off and have
But that's my thing is he says those guys, they go right out the door.
Right.
Um,
So we could go there and take a look at the truck as it comes in, see if, and then go from there.
Annette already passed an idea roll that I gave her, but you guys have been to that shop. It's in the back of an industrial complex in an area that at night there's nobody out there, and it's in the backs of the buildings. So even a cop on the street wouldn't be able to see anything going on back behind those buildings. So you would be at night pretty safe to do anything you want.
we could get back on our gloves.
But do we
just I
need to
think this is
do,
really important. I don't know.
do we need to do anything secretive?
You know, it's worth attempting. You know, if we can, if Steve can jimmy the lock and we can go, I mean, and what's the worst that really?
But yeah, I'm curious to see if there is something that they'd want to try hiding before they might sell it to us tomorrow. That we might be able to discover maybe a clue. that
Oh,
could-
like evidence you think they might be disposing?
Maybe.
Let's make sure that we take a different car than the one we took when we went there earlier today.
Do you guys think if they're disposing evidence at night, we want to protect ourselves? Because that's why we're going at night, right?
I can bring my Glock. I haven't been carrying with me until now, but this certainly sounds like the time to maybe keep a firearm on me. Got to
Right,
stop by the
because-
estate first.
Right, because if they're not there, then we wouldn't need to go at night. It's only because we're worried that they're disposing evidence that we would be going, so there might be people.
Exactly.
Okay. I'll
Too much
probably,
cause for that, but yeah, let's do it. Okay.
All right. So Stanford, you have a Glock? Anybody else
Yes,
have arms?
17 millimeter.
I mean, you might not even know them.
I have no gear.
Okay. All right. So what time are you going to drive over there? Remember, the sun doesn't go down until around 8.
I think it's worth like maybe around closing time doing like a couple, like not like literally parking and watching, but maybe some drive-bys and then coming back to actually do the work at like, I don't know, 10 or something, maybe right after sundown.
The only way you could do a drive-by would be to drive into the complex, back to the back. And then you can't really drive by because you would drive up to there. And then there's the chain link fence where they would put the trucks at night. So you would have to literally drive up to their store and then drive away, which would look.
That just reminded me of something. Do we want to try and bring bolt cutters?
I don't know, bolt cutters. So
Yeah, we might want to. I mean, I can I can pick locks, but just in case I can't, might wanna-
Let's make a trip to the hardware store.
yeah, just something simple.
All right. So what time were you going to go then?
We want to go closer to sunset or more like towards that 10 o'clock range when it's been dark for a while.
Okay. So we'll say 9:30.
9:30? Yeah, that's good with
9:30.
me.
And you're dressed all in black. And you
Got on the ski mask.
with your ski masks on. All right, you sneak over there. And let's give you that. Let's say that you guys are kind of, you don't know if there's any surveillance equipment. You didn't notice before, but you weren't really looking. You get over there and there's nobody. You go into that area. There's fewer street lights. There's just industrial building after industrial building. You get the impression that there might be a cop that drives through the area every once in a while, but if you're in the back, he's not going to see you unless you're flashing your car lights or something.
Yeah.
You drive into the back. It's dark. There's a couple of lights on the back wall that sort of illuminate the area. The chain link thing is closed, and you can see that there are like 6 white trucks, and there's that one in there as well. And it's a couple trucks in.
Okay. Gonna do your thing, Steve.
All right, kind of come on over. And you said we're not seeing people mulling about here.
Correct. There's nobody.
Yeah, all right, here we go.
You didn't even
I'm
see any
gonna grab
cars going in or out. Or
I'm gonna grab a tire iron or whatever from the car just in case.
Yeah, I've got the bolt cutters on me and
Your block here.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna need the bolt cutters, guys.
all right.
Yeah, I'm having a real hard time with this lock.
Is there what is bolt cutters just like strength? If you were rolling it, or is it?
you don't need strength. They'll just
Oh, okay. So we just do it.
yeah, that's really easy. However, when you go up to the gate, and it's chain link, it does have a chain that's been put around the thing to keep it closed, but you also see that it's a mechanical opener. So even though you cut the bolt, which you do, and remove the chain, you can't really move the gate. You could probably force it, but it would take considerable strength. You do have a crowbar, though.
Is it a chain link fence though? Can we cut the fence?
Yeah.
We've already cut something, so we're not exactly. Yeah, we could.
Put in a
cut
dim
the fence.
area so if the cop drives by, they don't see it easily.
Yeah.
Just
Probably
cut off
somewhere
the-
close to where we parked the car.
Who's got the lowest luck?
I have 50.
I'm still at 50.
I have 50.
You're all at 50? Okay,
Yeah, I'm
choose
gonna
one of you
spend-
to roll.
My luck rolls have been bad tonight. I don't.
I've historically always rolled bad.
You want to do it, Holly?
I have 55. I can't. It's gotta be
Oh.
Okay.
Oh,
So Tommy,
Go on, Tommy.
All right. Survey says 24. So
nice.
okay.
nice.
As you are thinking about cutting through the chain link, you can see a blinking red light over there. At the moment, you're still not inside the little compound, but once you're inside, you will be filmed.
Wait, guys, look.
And you don't know
Right.
if there's an alarm. The alarm could be silent.
Hmm.
So it looks like we need to cut power to the place, or at least somehow.
I
stop
know
it.
nothing about like electricity or anything.
Yeah, and it's a complex, so there's powers everywhere. You do think that, you can get the gate open large enough to squeeze through and then hug the shadows.
Yeah, we
You
can
know.
do that. Can we just take a look around the yard and see where the cameras are?
Yeah, you're pretty sure there's at least 2 that you can see, and it's only going to get you if you walk right into the middle of the yard.
Okay, so if we
Do
like trying to go around the parameter and we try and like get into the ice cream trunk from like the front doors instead of the back, maybe.
But you're thinking that there'd be no way to get the truck out.
Yeah.
You know, if you were
Yeah.
going to try to steal it, it would.
I mean, I don't think it's wise to even try and steal it right here, right now, because you've already expressed that we are interested in it. I just want to look at it.
Agreed.
Right.
Yeah.
And you gave him your card too, so
Yeah, I mean, it'd be if we stole it, it would be so. We're already really pushing our.
the
luck
police
right
would come to you first, right?
Mhm.
I'm just not sure if we want to put ourselves in a situation where we have one tiny opening to leave the place and no other exit or entrance. If, let's say they are butchering up kids and you got a bunch of people chasing us with guns and stuff. We're all trying to cram through this tiny little opening on the other side. It seems like we're asking for trouble.
Should we cut another opening closer to the area we're going to?
We
The
can,
shadow?
because if we cut it, there might be alarms and, whatever. I think that's what we're saying.
Like I say, you can squeeze through and hug the shadows to get to the truck.
I
That's
don't
just the
think we
best
really
way.
have any other option other than doing
Yeah,
it.
I think that's
I
what we need to
suppose
do.
so. I mean, not.
If there was a lot of people back there, I feel like we'd be able to hear something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't hear anything.
Yeah, it sounds like
Just hear
they're
the-
done for the night. They're done for
The
the
cool
night.
of the evening and the
Yeah.
hum of the
Okay.
wires.
This is going to
Um,
make a heck of a novel, Annie. Heck of a novel.
Are you all going to go
Does that
in, or is somebody
implicate
going
us
to
all?
keep watch?
I'll go in because I can pick locks. If there's another lock, I'll have a good shot at it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go in along.
Okay. So Steve and Tommy, how about Stanford? You going?
My process is going in there. I mean,
You want to see?
I want to. I want to see it. And if things get bad, I do have the Glock,
All right.
which I don't want to use it, but I mean, I don't think
And
anybody
Annette,
else has.
you're going to keep an eye out? or-
Somebody should keep an eye out.
All right.
Somebody should be around.
If it looks like a cop is going to approach, just gun it, and we'll.
Hoot,
Yeah,
hoot like
Texas,
an owl
Texas.
twice.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Annette, what you could do, take a spark plug or two, a jar out of your engine, okay? And then
She's all
maybe-
dressed in black.
well, yeah, take if you have, like something underneath your coat, just take the coat off, have your nice blouse out, whatever, and you could honk the horn at the police officer, which would alert us. They'd come over, and you could say, "Hey, I'm having trouble with the car."
I
The
see,
car-
Steve. Okay.
Just
Not a
so
bad
we,
idea.
We'll just duck down in the yard.
Yeah.
so we'd know, and yet you have
Well,
a good.
you take the spark plug out, Steve. I don't know anything about that.
Oh yeah,
You
sure,
take it out.
sure.
Well,
Here,
let's
I'll-
make sure it's easy enough to put back in, because the car is also a great way to
Putting like
open the door if we really need the door.
Oh, true.
fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to take the spark plug out of your getaway car.
Yeah.
No. I'm just.
And the thing
it's just-
is that if the police catch you there, they're not going to say, "Oh, okay," and just let you go.
you broke down in an industrial yard.
Couldn't be helped.
And there's a conveniently sized hole in the fence by you.
In any
Well,
case,
don't-
and that's keeping an eye out.
Right.
And
Yes.
you purposefully chose your black car because whoever's
Yeah.
black car, because you wouldn't even be able to see it from down there looking in this direction.
Just
All right.
don't flash the lights.
So the three of you sneak through the gate. What are your sizes?
I think my size is actually 65.
I'm 55.
I've got like just enough that I have a damage bonus of 1d4.
Yeah, I think that Stanford has struggles trying to get through the gap. But
You probably like pull it open a little bit.
I'll have you do, yeah, with the other two's help, you managed to squeeze through. But if the other two squeezed back out and ran,
I'd probably be better off risking climbing.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll text Annie if anything happens, back into the gate or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if something bad happens and you guys leave, I'm just gonna crawl under a van and just
Wait
I
till
can cover
morning.
it.
All right, so the three of you sneak in and you hug the shadows up in the front, and you're coming up. There's those awful green prickly spruce things that are against the building, and you're kind of wending your way through those as you're coming up. You're going past the fronts of the trucks, and you get to the ice cream truck that you're looking for. It's dark. There's no real light shining down on it, but you probably brought little flashlights. So what do you guys want to do? To lay out the truck, there is, okay, say the truck is facing forward. On the left-hand side, there is a door to get into the driver's seat. And on the right-hand side, there is no door. There's a window, and then there's a window in the back with the ice cream stuff so that he can look like this. And then probably the back of it has double doors, that open.
Steve, do you want to check out the mechanics, or should we just try and get inside of it?
Yeah.
Wait, guys. What did Larry say in the beginning? Like, remember how he was trying to save his kid, and then
there was
grabbed, and then he blacked out, and everything stank.
his kid had ice cream earlier that day, and the night
Right.
he saw that truck going down the street and his kid going to it, he went
Right.
over it, and there was this dude with black eyes. I think he smelled something awful too, and then he just. Do we want to, try and not breathe when we get inside of it? Maybe.
Yeah,
Sure.
or at least keep a nose out for weird smells.
Yeah. Here, let me try picking the lock here. And while you guys check out the inside, I'll crawl under and take a look, see if anything funny's going on underneath.
All right.
Okay. Let's have Steve try to pick, because it's obviously locked.
Yeah. And okay, I'm spending 8 luck to pick it successfully.
Okay. It takes a little fiddling, but you see the little thing pop up. So you unlock the door. This is the driver's side door.
All right, so they can go in, and I'm gonna go slip under and start checking out the underneath and motor.
Okay. Steve, do you have a mechanical?
Oh, I
repair?
sure do. Watch this. Oh my gosh, just why? All right,
Bumble.
so I got a 97. That's a fail.
Well, the main problem is that it's so dark.
It's dark, yeah.
You can do your flashlight, but you're only seeing a little circle because these are little flashlights. Nothing looks unusual. It looks like a truck.
Yeah.
Okay. And you can see there's wear on a lot of it. So it's seen some use over the years. In fact, you would guess that the main body of the truck has been repeatedly decorated in different ways. So this is not necessarily what it's always looked like. It's a bit spruced up. All right, the other two, you guys go in the you climb up sort of over the driver's seat, and you're in there's a seat right next to it, and then there's that little funny hallway that goes to the back of the truck. On one side, you have the windows looking out where the guy gives the stuff to the kids, and then you've got these freezers. So there are 2 rather large freezers that ice cream would go in. And are you guys looking around in the truck? See what
Do I see?
I'm gonna open up the freezer.
Okay.
I'm gonna look for lists of names or things like that.
There are lots and lots of stickers and things on the walls that show what the prices are. A lot of the prices have been scratched out, and new prices have been written in with pen.
But no kid names or addresses or
There's no kid names or anything,
Oh.
just ice cream stuff. There's a couple of stainless steel tools and things that are on the shelves, spoons and things like that. You open up the freezers, and they're just freezers. They're not cold at the moment because the truck's not on, and they don't have anything in them. They're empty. Obviously, they don't leave the ice cream overnight in the trucks. It does look like it's been cleaned. Probably you can smell that little bit of antiseptic, like they've made sure it's hygienic and cleaned. Both freezers are similar, but please do a spot hidden for me.
Okay.
Tommy, you did your spot hidden.
Yep.
Regular
Give you
success.
a second. Okay. So something that you can't quite understand, Stanford, when you're looking at the second freezer. The first freezer is exactly what you would expect, stainless steel on the inside, and it's just a freezer. On the other one, it's almost exactly the same, except the bottom on the inside of the freezer looks like it's padded.
I'm going to put my hand down there and feel it around.
It feels like sort of a soft padding.
What the hell?
What?
Does it look like you could fit a kid in here?
Oh, you could easily fit an adult in either one of these freezers.
Tommy, check this out. There's
What-
padding down there.
Padding? Why would you
Yeah.
pad ice cream?
I don't know. Yeah.
What's
That
under the
seems-
padding? Like, is it like a false bottom, you think?
I mean, I'm going to try and keep feeling around to see if there's anything funny down.
you have gloves on, I hope.
It's
We got the gloves on.
it's not difficult if you get the edge of the padding to pull it up. And the bottom is the bottom of the freezer. It's stainless steel. The padding is laid on top of it. For some reason, you don't know why. Tommy, you passed your spot hidden earlier. There is one other odd thing inside this truck towards the back. In fact, it's in the very back in the corner. On one side, there is a little sink, where they can wash their hands. But on the other side, next to the last freezer, is what looks like an ice cream making machine, but a big industrial one. It's about 3 feet across, the tub on it, and it's got the mixer that goes down into it. It's also very clean and neat.
Do I
But you
smell-
don't think they make ice cream in the trucks while they're driving around?
do I smell anything? Like coppery?
All you can smell is, well, yeah, it smells, if you've ever seen a big industrial thing, they do
Right.
have a bit of a coppery smell because it's usually copper.
Okay. But not the bloody, sicky coppery?
No, you smell antiseptic. Once again, it just smells like somebody, Lysoled everything to make it clean.
Hey, Stanford, question for you. If you have 2 giant refrigerators full of inventory, why would you need a machine to make more and cost you more fuel because of the weight?
Yeah, you're right. Let's open this thing up and see if it really makes ice cream.
And I love to see if other trucks have it too, because if
Yeah.
it's standard, equipment or not. And I'll yell out, "Hey, Steve! Later, can you check and see if other ice cream trucks have?" Hey, Steve! Can you later check if other ice cream trucks also have ice cream makers in them? That means, okay.
So you sort of open up the lid of the thing, and are either of you familiar with ice cream making machines?
Not really,
I mean,
I can
Let's see
say.
what my mechanics.
you can buy home versions, where you crank.
I think he's asking like our like actual
okay,
boat.
okay. As a human, no.
Well, I mean, if you don't really know how ice cream is made, there's like a double tub. There's a big tub, and then there's this little tub, and this thing spins, and there's blades. It definitely looks like it's got, churning blades, if you will.
How sharp are the blades?
They're not sharp. They're
Okay, so it's not like
they're more like paddles. Yeah.
Okay, it's not like it grind up a kid.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't look like it would grind up
Okay.
a kid. There's no sharp blades or anything like that. Looks like there's a place, if they use like rock salt as the cold part, it transfers the cold. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't look unusual, but it's odd that it would be inside the truck. Maybe traveling ice cream if you're.
Yeah, it seems an odd reason to have it.
Yeah.
And I don't see any, like you mentioned, it's perfectly clean. There's no weird residue or unusual.
The whole truck is very clean. It looks
Right.
like they probably clean it at the end of every day, make sure it's spotless, take all the ice cream and put it into freezers inside the building. Annette, do a luck roll.
Oh no.
That's a 71 for 55. No.
Okay, as you are standing there keeping watch, you do notice a cop car go by on that street over there. He didn't look this direction, but really the only way he can go is around to the front where you guys came in. He might not turn in, he might just drive by, but it's making you very nervous.
Once he's away, I might just do like a little beep, like a beep, and hope that maybe that'll be conveyed as a warning.
Do another luck roll. Steve.
Oh no.
You try peeking in some of the other trucks. You don't see anything like the mixer in them. You do see the same sort of.
I'm putting the pad back.
You do see the same sort of freezers
Yeah.
that you can see inside,
But
you
no-
don't see
no
any
mixers.
mixer or anything like that.
Yeah, no mixers in these guys, Tommy.
Okay. I'm almost tempted to break the mixer just out of spite.
Did you fail?
I failed the second luck
It's
roll.
your car, Stan.
Oh no.
No, let's just back out. And I mean, we're going to be buying this tomorrow anyway. We just wanted to see if there was any clues. We haven't found any. We should
We got
just
it.
exit.
We gotta.
Did we hear the beep or? are
Yeah, we probably heard the beep.
Yeah, you heard the beep, definitely.
Oh shit.
I mean, we all think if you just tap it a little bit, it's not going to be very loud, but it's just as loud.
And the only other noise is just the humming of the wires. Oh God.
Right.
Oh.
All right. So run and then text Annette to go, what's going on?
I
don't think we have cell phones.
Don't we?
Yeah,
don't think
yeah,
do.
there-
there's
no,
some
there was
fun.
that
There's
that text
Nokia.
earlier back at the
At the
apartment.
Nokias. The Nokia.
I have the Nokia.
Anyway, she contacts you. She might not have one. She's not.
Okay, fair enough. She's a writer.
She doesn't like to be bothered by people.
So Stan is panicking right now and doesn't know whether he should, because he knows if he goes back there, he's going to have some real trouble fitting through.
Dude, we're with you. We're with you.
Oh
Just
my
go
God. I can't go to jail. Jesus. Let's go.
Yeah, slow and steady.
Right.
Just slow and steady out of here.
Hugging on the wall.
So without much difficulty, you managed to get back to Annette and the cars. Did you bring two cars?
I don't think we brought
I
I
one.
think we just did one.
Yeah, just
I think we
one.
just did one.
All right. So you pile in the back. You don't know where that cop is, but you
Let's get out of here.
I'm getting out of my my espionage gear. If a cop does pull us over, I can't.
Right.
I'm gonna start driving away, but did you see anything?
quietly. Right.
Yes, drive quietly. Did you see anything?
Stealth drive.
There's a couple of things. There was an ice cream maker in the back of that one specifically, when they also had those big industrial freezers And also get this, at the bottom of one of the freezers was padding, soft padding, like a cushion. Why do you need to cushion ice cream?
Well, if it's just a freezer, maybe that's for. No, yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Who's making ice cream on the go? Don't these places usually just sell prepackaged crap? I mean,
No, this is a new car or a different car, so it could be that the other cars are part
I
of
guess so.
Pete's brand, and this is just this car. But the padding, I don't know. If you were driving
padding is
around,
strange.
if you were driving around cross country, it's comfy to have a bed, I suppose.
Is it padding like soundproof padding?
It's
It's
just
not
at the
on the, it's
bottom.
just on the
It was only at the
Oh,
bottom.
okay. Okay.
So I wonder if like they're sleeping in there. Whoever drove cross country. Got
Yeah, I
sleep.
wonder-
Everyone's staying in a motel.
That
Yeah,
padding
maybe.
is not for ice cream.
Well, maybe is it part of a larger padding that's a pull out for a bed?
No, like elsewhere.
Oh,
I guess when we buy the thing, we can inspect it better,
That is true.
and not under the stress of breaking under it.
Yeah. There's no point to pad it. A frozen ice cream, it's not going to be delicate. It's going to be hard and frozen. There's no point to that. The ice cream maker inside isn't that far fetched.
It's a nice machine. I mean, it's just unnecessary.
Yeah,
It's
maybe
a little weird.
it's a little weird, but maybe that ice cream truck is more of a one person shop. It's their whole business in the one
Right,
truck.
Maybe
right.
so. Maybe so. I
I
guess
can
that
see
does make
that.
sense.
I mean, that truck was traveling.
That's true. So
Padding.
they'll
The
have
padding thing is.
Yeah.
Yes, the padding is definitely the more suspicious thing here.
All right. So anything more tonight, or what are you going to do tomorrow? Oh, you're going to show up tomorrow.
Meet
Yeah.
up tomorrow. Very
Yeah.
first thing.
Good
early
night's
morning.
sleep so we can be there at like 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
Yeah, not bringing the Glock with me to the meeting, or the bolt cutters for that matter.
Or
Lock picks.
All right. So you guys go home. You go to bed. I'd like you all to do power rolls.
Oh boy!
That will not end well.
I
Ooh,
actually,
11.
wow. Okay, my POW is only 45, but I got a 26.
Anybody fail?
Spend one luck
Pass,
point to
pass.
make it a critical.
No, you don't have to make it better.
Okay.
I'm only
55
interested in the ones
out
that
of it.
fail.
Yeah,
Um,
55 out of 50.
Steve, you find that when you go to bed, all of these facts are rolling around in your head, and it seems to you that you're looking that the truck isn't capturing children. Somebody is capturing children, and they are assuming the identity of somebody. That's what the paperwork said. That's what it seems like. All these missing people, that somebody is taking them, is at least assuming their identity. And that's got to be hard, because if Michael John is a blonde and you're not a blonde, how do you choose who you're going to replace? You're not sure if it has anything at all to do with the truck itself. I mean, does a serial killer need a truck? He can take any truck and catch kids and kill them, if that's what's going on here. But as a result, you don't sleep very well. You toss and turn all night long. So in the morning when you get up, your constitutions, you to this day you will take a constitution hit. You lose a point of constitution, and anything that you try to really concentrate on, you have a penalty dice.
We didn't.
But you all get together, let's say at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you all didn't get a full night of sleep, but some of you slept.
did the new guy?
We didn't
This-
psych roll him.
What, Martin?
This brand
Yeah.
new guy, he just shows up and starts.
He's a new kid. You know, new kid starting a new job.
I mean, when you say kid, are you talking like a 17-year-old on a summer job, or are you
I think
talking
he's like early 20s, clean
He
cut. good
would have
kid.
had to have been in his early 20s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like a kid out of high school, but not
Yeah.
college kid.
you don't think that he could be behind all of a sudden a brand new person shows up to work at this place and we've got this vehicle?
I mean, if
Who's
he
this
was
guy? Could be
hired-
anybody.
This
he was
kid,
hired the same day.
he mentioned that today is going to be his first day out on the truck alone.
True. So tonight would be when interesting things happen if you think he's.
Or
you
maybe
follow
it's going to
him
be
on his
happening
route.
today. No, I think we
We
should
follow
follow
him.
him on his route.
I think we should follow him.
Yeah, but you'll be buying the truck, so he'll have no truck.
No, we're not. But if Steve is
We're
presenting this theory
inspecting it.
about
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Just
about it might be the truck itself, I'll be like, yeah, you know what? I think maybe I'm not going to just buy this truck.
What if you buy the truck and we follow the kid? Then you
I think-
eliminated the truck as a variable.
I
It is-
think
Yeah.
I think we should follow the kid in the truck.
Okay.
If nothing else, we buy the truck at the end of the day.
Yeah, and just say, oh, sorry, there's terrible things that came up. I mean, the guy was
You're getting your
starstruck from the-
finances in order all day.
Yeah.
Right.
End of the day, that's when you buy it.
I'm just thinking if it is him and he has weapons or whatever in the truck, you just took away his advantage. That's what I'm thinking.
There weren't any weapons when we were checking it out. Is the kid bringing a bundle of guns into his job?
True enough. True enough.
All right. So you're not going to buy the truck, but are you going to show up in the morning, or are you going to follow the kid?
I think we
Follow the
should
guy's route.
take a different car than both the one that was there last night and when we visited the office. And from where this industrial complex is we know where that route is. Do we know like there's going to be a street nearby where he'll have to pass? Or
There are, yeah, and there are tons of little hiding places.
yeah, I think we
You
should
can
camp
park
out
the
there
car
until
and-
we see our mark, and then
Very
I'm a
likely
decent
he will
driver,
drive
so
it.
I could do some evasive driving and tail them.
Yeah, to take maybe two cars. That way,
Yeah,
if
because
it
we
starts
have-
to look suspicious, one person can back off or
True.
something like that. Yeah.
I've got a Nokia phone. If one of you has one,
I got one.
Yep, I
We-
want to.
there we
Steve,
go. So
come
we-
with me then, because I don't.
Okay,
have
so
any of
that way we can communicate. These phones are really neat. They're like walkie-talkies.
They are.
They're
Yeah,
unbreakable.
yeah. It's
They're
a fad, Steve.
unbreakable.
It's a fad.
All right, Tommy.
All right.
You want
I'll
to
be
drive
on the
your
wheel.
own car, or are we
Yep.
taking one of the Crabtree Estate vehicles?
Yeah. I think mine will look a lot less inconspicuous in this part of town than any of yours. So we
Okay,
can-
yeah, we'll take the Chin car.
Yes. Take my Corolla.
All right. So you take his Corolla and you go park in a place where you're absolutely sure that the guy is going to have to drive past you. So what time did he say? 7 a.m. 7 a.m. comes and goes, but right about 7:15, a white truck passes you, and then another white truck passes you, and then your colorful truck passes you, and then a white truck. So you know they're on their way out.
Yeah, slowly follow them. It's an ice cream truck. It's not going to
It's-
outrun me. So
It's
yeah.
also a Saturday, so
Oh, okay. So less traffic in the morning, maybe ish. So slowly follow it, to take my time. Again, it's an ice cream truck. It's not going to go that fast.
all right.
Yeah. Try to be a bit, evasive if I can.
The truck goes out. You see the other trucks at some point start to split off and go into different areas. And you are heading right back to that same neighborhood where you talked to Martin yesterday. You see the truck pull into the neighborhood and it stops. It stops at like just before it's entering the neighborhood. And it stays there, not doing anything until almost 8 a.m.
I'm gonna roll down the window to see if they have the music on or not.
It hasn't turned the music
Okay.
on yet. But right at 8 a.m., he turns the music on, and you see him start to slowly go down to the first cutoff street, and then he starts going down that. You're pretty sure this is a cul-de-sac, so he's going to have to go down to the end of it and then come back. Do you want to go onto the street, or do you
Nope,
want
side street, just wait for,
Okay,
wait to
just
have
wait
him come
for
back.
him.
Right,
Okay.
and use the noise to see if he's getting closer, farther away, echolocate him a bit, yeah.
You can also park close enough to the corner to where you can see almost down to the end of the cul-de-sac. And in fact, you do see him go down there and stop his truck as children in the morning come out to
It's
get
early
treats.
for ice cream, but you know,
So-
Saturday morning cartoon. Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
true. And it is
Saturday morning
August, so
cartoons.
it's hot already, yeah.
It's already hot, yeah. So a few kids get ice cream, and then the truck starts up again. And this time the truck is sort of coming towards your direction before it turns and goes to the next street. And you can see Martin Ray in the driver's seat in his little uniform.
Yeah.
You know, the way he was dressed. And he's driving the truck. He's driving the truck. He's not smiling like he.
Hey Stan, can you mark down this cul-de-sac or neighborhood? So
Yeah,
we can
yeah, and I'll
track
get out a
the
map and
different
I'm like,
places. Because I'm thinking if he comes back at night and does anything weird, at least we know where we might need to look for him.
yeah.
So I let him drive past me and then whip
Right.
a Yui and then yeah.
Well, he's not really driving past you. He's driving away from you, and then he's
Oh,
turning
perfect.
on the next little cul-de-sac street. So if you
Perfect.
want, you can move forward to that
I
corner.
was like, yeah, like inch forward, yeah.
And you realize very quickly this is going to happen
A lot.
a lot,
Right.
unless you guys want to do something. You're actually approaching the street where you got your ice cream the day before.
Okay, so this is his known route. He's still sticking with it. What are you thinking, Stan? Just keep an eye on him and
I mean, I don't know what else to really do. It's going to look kind of weird if we, go and get more ice cream from him and then.
well, what are we
Well,
gonna
all
do?
those little kids get ice cream from him every day,
Yeah.
and he doesn't know who you are from the neighborhood.
Well, you want to go and,
He
nudge
didn't
him
even know you
bit,
had a
see what
car.
happens?
Okay.
It is early for ice cream, but all right, more chocolate swirl for you.
Yeah. I'm gonna get a chocolate swirl.
Well, I mean, I could go, but I'm a bit short on cash, so it can help me
I'll
out.
pay. Come on now.
Okay, fine. Hey, you know what? The man has to try. Man has to
Okay.
try.
So
All right, so we walk out.
you guys park the car. Are you all going to go, or some of you going to stay in the
I'll
car?
definitely get out the Nokia and be like, we're gonna get some ice cream, Steve.
All right, so then I guess both of us walk up to
What does Steve and Annette want to do?
oh, he's on mute.
Stan said they're getting ice cream.
Oh, okay. What do you think, Steve? Should we stay in the car? Should we go get some ice cream?
Yeah, I'd stay in the car and just sort of like maybe go to the next block over so we can overlap. What do you
Okay.
think?
Oh, so that way you get ice cream later. And
Yeah,
we don't
yeah,
go.
yeah.
'Cause
Okay.
you never even met these guys.
Yeah.
And don't drive past you yet.
All right.
All right.
Sounds
Hang on.
good.
So you guys get in line. There's 4 or 5 kids ahead of you, and they're all getting their ice cream. And you see that Martin's alone today. He doesn't have Leon with him. He looks like the same kid. But his smile is a little more forced. Maybe he's nervous today. And he takes the kids' orders and he gives them their ice cream. And he's got a big smile on his face like yesterday. And gets through the kids and you step up and he says, "Can I get something for you, misters?"
Hey, Martins, how are you doing?
I'm okay. What
sure you-
what would you like?
Oh, I'm okay.
One chocolate swirl, please.
Chocolate swirl.
And I pay for it. Everything all right? You seem a bit down today. I guess it is early. Who likes an early shift, right?
And he looks at you and he's like, "No, I'm fine."
All right.
Do I know you?
Oh yeah, we met 3 or 4 days ago. Remember, like we were at the Pete's place and you were just walking in to get your interview.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
I'm a roll psych on this guy.
Well, I think it's kind of obvious. He doesn't know who you are
Okay.
or what you're talking about, but he's lying. Yeah, he's wasn't at anything 3 days ago or.
Well, I'm glad you got the job, man. And hey, you know what? Let's go grab a beer after work.
Oh, yeah, I don't think I want to do that, but thanks anyway.
That's all right. All right. Well, hey, have a good shift.
You have
Yeah.
What's the ice cream industry like? How long you been in it?
Oh, mister, I've got a route that I have to follow.
All right. Have a nice day, Martin.
And he gives you a look like he's a little distressed at this conversation with you. He closes the window and he goes and gets in the truck and he starts up again and drives away. What do you guys do?
I'm gonna turn over to Tommy and be like, that he didn't recognize us.
And I think you want to watch your diet and not eat that swirl. Just say. I don't know.
You're probably right. I'm already kind of a big guy to begin with.
Well, we won't get into the gate incident again. But yeah, so apparently Martins has amnesia. Huh.
We need to follow him after his shift.
Absolutely. So do you want to
Stanford,
call
go ahead and
them?
do that psychology roll again.
Okay. That is a regular pass, 47 out of 60.
When Tommy says, he has amnesia, what strikes you is that that there were none of the personality traits for Martin Ray that you saw yesterday were there at all.
That wasn't Tommy. I don't think that was him entirely. His mannerism was all wrong. The way he looked at us, the way he was talking, the look at it, just his entire demeanor.
Well, I was being sarcastic, but I hear you.
And so,
So what are you thinking? Like
Annette and Steve, you're on the other street, and the thing goes by you and does the same thing. But
I want to get out the phone and shoot Steve a call.
Hello?
Yeah, Steve, it's Stan. There was Martin, all right, but it's hard to explain, but it wasn't Martin.
That's fitting in with Larry's story.
Identities.
Yeah, it's some kind of. I wonder if it is him, but he's just. I wonder if he's split personality, and one of his personalities
amnesia.
is a murderer.
I mean, maybe that's more of a reasonable explanation than amnesia, but there's something about this that's not rubbing right. When he gets off his shift, we're following him.
Okay, yeah, I don't know how useful it is going to be to just follow him around the whole day.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
we know he
because-
has to take his car back at 6, unless he takes it out later.
Something. It's around that time.
Okay.
All right.
Would
Do
we
as you
see-
will from here. Click.
what you'd want to do next? Do you want to get together? Do you want to jump ahead?
And I'm going to say to Tommy that I think we should just go back to with us, we should just go back to the industrial complex and we should just do a stakeout to try and see.
Well, it's going to be hours and hours and hours.
It will be hours.
Go back
Do
at
we-
like 5:30 or something.
Maybe you guys get together for lunch,
Yeah.
discuss what's going on.
So what do we know? Indoor smoking. What do we know?
Smoke in here anymore, Tommy.
Well, we know that
Just
wasn't
passed
Martin.
that law. So he didn't, it's like he didn't even know. I wonder if you had called him by a different name altogether, if he would have pretended to have recognized that.
Well, he pretended to recognize me at
Would
the
we,
interview I was never at.
when we saw him yesterday, he very distinctly recognized Tommy from that commercial.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
you know, when we were seeing him, I was expecting to be some recognition, to be like, "Hey, it's you guys again," but there was none of that. And you know, he was going along with the motions, but there's something not right about that. He seemed, I got this feeling from him as he was leaving off. You know, he kind of blew us off there at the end. You know, he's got work to do. He seemed distressed from our encounter. Like his attitude, it was subtle, but it shifted after we had been asking him those questions. Especially once, you know, he blew me off when I was asking, what's the ice cream industry like? And
Right.
Yeah. Question for the keeper. In our earlier research with the newspaper articles and stuff from the missing people and such, are they scattered all over are the missing reports like from all over times of day, or are they mostly at night, or?
It doesn't say.
Oh, none of them said? Okay.
So the
Never
only
got
thing
his-
we know for the actual kidnapping is what we hear from Larry, that it happens at night, happens to kids he's visited before, possibly kids that like dinosaurs, but that might just be dated. And anyone that, or at least, you know, Larry who attempted to stop him was somehow, one, incapacitated, and two, lost their memory. But before that is black eyes, stinky breath, and then blackout. That's what we know.
Yeah.
What if we black out?
Exactly.
Yeah, but there's four of us. What are the chances of that happening?
Now, it was when he got closer that Mary mentioned that this person grabbed him, and then that's when Larry blacked out. So that means we don't want to, well, not all of us
Get
want
close
to be
enough,
close.
yeah.
Right.
can't
Yeah.
grab 4 people at once.
Yeah, we stick together. We never split up more than just, we always keep 2 of us together.
Buddy system.
So
Yeah.
we wait, come back again tonight when he would be dropping off the van.
Yeah.
Well, no, okay.
What if he's
no,
not
we know.
dropping off the van though?
Well,
What if he never brings the van back? He seemed normal yesterday. He's not normal today. What if it's like this is the day he acts?
Larry thought that Kelly guy was the imposter. That's why he shot him, right?
Mhm.
Now,
Yep.
does that Kelly guy look anything at all like this Martin guy?
I don't think they look anything alike, Steve. I think it's the van and he and whatever is changing these people and making them different. It hadn't taken a hold of Jeff yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. So the van is involved here.
The van is part of it.
Wow.
The
I don't
van
know.
is literally the vehicle.
This sounds
I mean,
insane.
it does sound insane, but when it comes down to, you know, thinking about like what happens if the van doesn't return, I mean, our only alternative at that point is to go back route scouting and then tail them the rest of today. And do we think that's necessary?
I think it is necessary because this is what I'm fearing. The police will think we're just as crazy as Larry if we try to go to them with any of this. And we can't allow this to happen. If kids are getting hurt, this is bad. So we have to figure out what's going on here. I think it's up to us to try to put an end to this.
If
got a
we know
regular
the
pass
beginning and the end of his route, because we followed him at the beginning, we know that he has to cross certain points.
Sure. I mean, even if it's just waiting at the end of his route and making sure that he goes back to the warehouse
Right.
instead
And
of
we have
like
2
veering
cars,
off
so, yeah.
course. Yeah. Okay.
But here's a problem, though, that we're going to face. I mean, we all at some point have lives to get back to. How long is it going to take before he makes a move? If we look back at the missing kids before and the missing drivers, it wasn't just like one after the other after the other. There were
There's
gaps.
months in between them. Yeah.
I mean, we could be for weeks or months trying to wait for him to make a move.
You're
Yeah,
right.
but there's something I don't think we're considering here. What if he was just scouting that neighborhood today? What if he's going to strike there tonight?
Maybe.
I
So-
think, here's what I think we should have happen. When it gets to closing time, I think we should have one people that's directly following him and another team that's already in that neighborhood.
Agreed.
Okay, I like that.
Okay.
So that way, we've already got someone in the hot zone and there's someone that's actively keeping an eye on him. I just say we go in the same team as last time.
Okay.
We've got the actors and we got the Volkswagen.
Thanks,
That's not
Stan. The actors and the rest.
So
Sorry, I'm just getting too wrapped up into this. I didn't mean any offense.
So what we probably
Semantic, yeah.
want is one, cell phones charged and ready, and 2, if we think distance is our friend, then I think the non-actors probably also want to procure something that can take care of him, her, it from a distance too, and not just Stan and his 9mm.
I'm definitely getting the gun again.
Right, but you might not be anywhere near him.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty handy with this knife here.
You need a long knife.
Get a Bowie knife.
Right. Because again, if you get close and you black out, you're no good. I mean, I'm handy with guns, but I don't have a concealed carry or anything. So it sounds like maybe Stan and I should be the ones near the neighborhood, because that way we could probably get on site earlier while you two scout near the complex, and then that way you could contact us and then we could get ahead of him.
All right.
Wonderful.
Steve, to kind of speak to what you said earlier about how long will this go on. You're right. Like the space between the children being taken, there was time between them, but it was only about a month. And the last child taken was way back in May. I don't know. It was like each of these children were taken consistently. And then it was like May and it just stopped.
Yeah. Well, there was a journey between.
I know, but I'm concerned, like maybe he's going to act soon. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. I think it's going to be around his route.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. That we have to bring this to a head before someone else gets hurt.
All right.
So
I agree. Let's do that.
What does that mean? So let's say you see something interesting happening. Are you going to subdue him? Are you going to run him over with a car? Are you going to shoot him? Like, as an actor, I can get into character. My question is, can you?
I don't necessarily want to, I'd rather use my fist than the gun unless it's really necessary. Fire that gun, we're going to get police on our ass.
If he's abducting a child, surely no one will fault us for intervening in whatever way possible.
Any of you good with a camera?
No.
Oh, yeah, with the
bit of an
digital
artist
cameras
with the
nowadays,
camera.
they're
Point
pretty.
and click.
Any kind of camera.
I don't
Point
know how
and
those point
click.
click things work. I don't.
We can go to a Big Five store and just pick up some handcuffs too. I think that might be good. Each of us get a set.
Yeah,
What if we
Because-
black out the moment we get close to him?
we might.
Well, there'll be two of us.
Double black.
We'll stay together. That's
I
You know,
definitely.
inconceivable.
It brings up a valid question for me to ask you then. You're dealing with what you believe to be a child abductor, molester, murderer.
With black eyes and stinky.
Well, yeah, but it's like if you confront him successfully, you don't want him to get away. Stanford has a gun, and you're talking about getting some handcuffs. What other, I mean, this guy's not going to be not dangerous.
Yeah.
Obviously,
I mean,
he's dangerous.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty good size, and I've got a good knife.
You're
So
an athlete. Yeah.
yeah, I can
Pepper
wrestle.
spray.
Yeah, that might be good. Pepper spray or a stun
Are
gun.
Pepper
tasers a thing
I
at this
can't
point?
swing a baseball bat or anything to save my life. I'll go with the pepper spray.
Taser. Yeah.
Do they have
That's
tasers back then?
Yeah, let's just go. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Let's go to a Big Five sporting goods store and
Right.
Those are all over the
okay.
place. Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna get a camera as well for our car.
There's some fairly inexpensive Costco cameras or Sam's Club cameras that you can get.
Right.
there. They're still they're not phones, but they're okay. So you got a camera, you've got a Glock, and
Pepper spray.
you're going to get a couple of pairs of handcuffs.
Yeah, one for each car, probably at
Okay.
least.
What else? Anything else?
Pepper
Is there a way I can
spray.
get a gun of any sort?
Not with this short
Not
notice.
easily.
no.
Okay, yeah. Can I get like a BB gun?
Like,
Yeah.
maybe I
You should be able
can
to get
go.
pepper spray, right? Like that's not a.
Maybe I can go rummage
So
around the old
this is-
estate and see if Dad's.
It's
I know, right?
it's a sporting goods store, so you're going to
Mhm.
find.
Right.
I mean,
Air
just
rifles?
be creative.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, do they have, well, actually, no, that doesn't help me because I can't use a bow and arrow to save my life. So never mind.
Fighting
Oh, pepper
bow.
spray. Just go with the pepper spray
Yeah,
and the taser,
like,
Tommy.
like a couple pepper spray and
Yes.
ski mask, or with like, so I don't like blind myself.
And we could also pick up like 100 pack of zip ties and just split them between us.
True.
Don't forget the tinfoil hats.
Right. And then the taser, like you said. Well, I
They
don't know
have
if they sell
tasers in the
tasers there.
90s.
I know there's stats for them in the book, but I don't know if they're around.
Early
then.
Mid
90s,
seventies,
I think.
mid 70s is when they were invented.
Okay, so you can find, but they sell them at a sporting goods store.
Oh
It
no,
might be
wait.
selling like a gun, something
It
that you
first
have
felt in the
to.
mid 70s. Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Do a luck roll. We'll decide whether they'll sell you a taser or not.
Is it a group luck roll with the person with the
No,
lowest luck?
Tommy can
or-
do it. 'cause-
Tommy's
Okay.
the one trying to get it.
29 over 50.
Okay. The other guy's like, yeah, want a taser? Shoot a taser.
Dude,
Is it the kind? Is it the kind you
Yeah.
shoot, or is it the kind you?
Yeah, there is both a
The
contact
shooting
and
kind
a
of
dart.
Yeah, the shooting.
Yeah,
the
the
dart kind.
You want
dart one
the
does
dart
use
kind.
handgun.
Yeah, I want the shooting kind. I don't want to
Okay.
be anywhere near the guy.
Okay.
And I'll pay with the money and figurine money and whatever I have left.
the ice cream.
Ice cream money.
You know,
And he's like,
actually,
Oh,
I was just going to joke and say, and if we don't have what you want here, you can head over to Walmart. They'll sell you a shotgun if you want.
I hear you. I hear you.
I'm not a rifleman.
I can't afford it, but I hear you.
Okay. Let's move ahead then. Two of you are watching the compound. Okay. At 6 o'clock, there seems to be a bit of a ruckus back at the ice cream store because Martin hasn't brought the truck back.
Oh,
So
no.
You can guess that Pete is probably livid. He's contacting the police. They're putting out a lookout for it. It's stolen. And
gotta
I mean,
go.
you don't know all the little details, but as you guessed, yeah, it didn't come back. So it's somewhere out there, which means that it's not going to be leaving the ice cream store. Whoever was going to stake out that area.
I think it was those two, and me and Tommy are over in the neighborhood right now.
So this is early enough to where you got, well, it's only like 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. So you're seeing, police show up there and all, but you don't want to be seen because they know that you guys wanted the truck.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah.
By the time sundown comes around, you guys are back together again.
Right.
And you're going to stake out the neighborhood.
Yeah, we
Yeah, I mean,
have
I don't-
to if
I don't
he's not
imagine what
coming
else to
out.
do.
Yeah, if he's not
All right,
coming back.
Because we never even got his last name, so we can't.
Ray.
Right. We have the license
Martin
plate,
Ray.
but that doesn't do anything.
We do,
Martin.
yeah, but that's not gonna.
Martin.
That's just gonna trace it back to the company.
Right.
So 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, nothing.
No music.
Oh my God, it slipped through our damn fingers.
Right about midnight, as you guys are sitting there quietly, sort of hunkered down in your car, the ice cream truck drives by you. And it drives by you fairly, it's quiet. Of course, it doesn't have anything on, but it rolls past you and it goes down one of the streets that that he was on today. What do you
How
guys want?
wide
to
are
do?
the
Is it a cul-de-sac?
I mean, it's a cul-de-sac. It's what you'd expect. There's two
One of
cars.
us-
Two cars could go down the street. side
Do-
by side.
Do both of our cars see that? Or just one of us?
Yeah, you guys are looking for it. So
Oh, okay, so in both of our cars, because I think we're in two teams.
right.
So let's block the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, Tommy,
The
put the car
cars?
out in the front. Well, actually, don't do that until we see him stop and we see something going on. Because if we just do that too early, he might get cold feet.
True.
So you, what are you going to do then? You move up towards the edge of the cul-de-sac and
Right. So you can
where
see.
you can see him.
I'm not a driver, so I'm going to get out of the car and start trying to creep my way down.
Yeah, and then I'll drive a bit closer. Yeah.
Yeah, and if I see him, I'm Steve, go with Stan,
So-
go with Stan. I'll drive it.
All right. So he goes down to the end of the cul-de-sac and he stops the van
Getting out the camera.
and he turns the lights on the van off. But you're pretty sure the engine is still running. And then out of the house, right in front of the truck, you see the front door open and a little girl in her pajamas walks out onto the porch, looks at the truck, and starts walking quickly towards it. It's the ice cream.
I'm recording this and getting closer and closer.
Okay.
I mean, what do we see from the cars? Like, can we see this, or are we blocked?
Yeah, you can see it. I mean, you've still got to walk down towards the cul-de-sac, so you're a ways down, but you see, and the little girl goes up and Martin steps out of the truck and she sort of stands there for a moment and he picks her up like you pick up a little girl. She looks like she's maybe 7 or 8 years old. And he takes her into the van.
Once the video shows he's gone in there, the door's shut, turn it off, and I'm bolting for him.
Oh, yeah, I'm going right on over there.
Okay.
Take that knife
And
out.
I'm getting up the Glock.
You're running towards him. I'm going to roll a lot. Oh, okay. There's a moment when you see him sitting down in the thing and turning the lights on, when out of the corner of his eye, he sees you running towards his truck and he just suddenly guns it.
Okay.
So the truck
He's gunning it. I
sways
want
to
to
the
take the black
side.
out and just.
In this neighborhood. Okay.
I mean,
bang,
I've got
bang,
proof.
Do a firearms roll.
And if I'm shooting all of these, that's a penalty die on all of them, right?
Not the first one. You're going to do 3.
Okay. Yeah.
What are you shooting at?
I'm gonna try and aim for the area that's like. I'm trying to think of shooting the tires. In all honesty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that first one is not good. That first one is that's a miss. Second shot.
You ricochet off the asphalt.
Okay, with the penalty dice, come on. It's still that's a 15,
Ooh,
and I'm gonna spend 5. It was a 5 and a 15 with the penalty dice. I'm gonna spend 5 points of luck to get that to an extreme for the impale.
nice.
Okay. I still think that you're probably not going to hit the tire, but maybe you hit the door on the driver's side, bang, right in the middle. So you might have hit him.
Okay. It's still
and
driving.
the third shot.
Okay, third shot. Is this 2 penalty dice?
He's driving erratically at this point.
Oh, the first roll on this is already a 74 fail. So
Okay. So the last one hits the back of the van. You have no idea where the little girl is inside.
Yeah. I want to get out the phone and like they probably could see it. So I could say I'm gonna try and yell into it if they pick up quickly, like block
They
the
can
exit.
see what's starting to happen. All right, but now he is barreling towards the end of the cul-de-sac. There's a point where you think that he wouldn't even be able to slam on his brakes and stop before he hits your cars if you're going to try to.
So I'm gonna
Worth it.
back. I'm
Worth
gonna
it.
back-
I'm going to do it. Yeah.
I'm gonna back away from it and then hope to time it so that when he's turning or whatnot, then I ram him, because if I go gravity to gravity or momentum to momentum, I'm gonna hurt myself and it's
Okay.
gonna run over me. It has more mass. So I have to nudge it.
Do a luck roll with a
Can I
penalty.
do a
Is it
driving
really
roll?
penalty? Do a luck roll.
Okay. On 87.
Ooh.
Can I burn? Actually, no, I can't burn luck on
No.
luck.
Not on luck.
So what happens is Annette moves her car forward into position. You try pulling yours back so that you can ram him as
Right.
he tries to go. But he chooses, I got a 10. He chooses not to try to go through the middle. He actually goes up onto the curb and the lawn of the house at the end and
Yeah.
back down into the street and starts peeling out as he's going away from you at this point. Stanford and Steve, what are you guys doing?
I guess trying to
Running back.
catch up.
You're running towards the cars, probably.
Yeah.
All right. So Annette and Tommy, you can see Steve and Stanford running towards the cars.
Yeah. I probably should call 911. I'm still
I'm gonna
running
go.
in.
That if we lose him, he's gone. I'm gonna keep following him. Yeah.
All right. So you peel out and you're chasing after him. Steve and Stanford and Tommy, do you wait for them to get in the car?
I'll try to gun it and then, whip a Yui, whatever, car skills I have to get the car available to them as soon as I can.
Okay. So they hop in the car and
Right.
you're
And
not
then
that far behind Annette.
Right. And then I just, gun it as fast as I
I'm
can.
gonna
Yeah.
reload the
Annette,
Glock.
Right.
You've got him in your sights.
Okay.
All right. So you start chasing this guy. You're calling 911.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
What are
I'm
you going to
calling
tell
911.
911?
I'm gonna cite this neighborhood. I witnessed a child abduction, and we are currently trying to keep trace of the vehicle. It is the missing ice cream van from Pete's with an employee by the name of Martin. They've got a little girl in there, and he's trying to break for it.
Tell them the
Right.
plates. Tell them the plates.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell them the plates. That LAN 217.
So while we're driving, I'm gonna ask Steve. All right, Steve, stunt time. What's the best way for me to knock that car out?
Oh, I'm in the. Aren't I in the other?
You're in
car?
the car with me, and I'm asking. because
Yeah,
I'm
and
driving.
Annette didn't wait. She just kept
Oh,
failing.
oh,
you're in the
She
car with
waited
me.
for
So
us to
Net's
hop
by
in.
herself and the three of you are in the car.
Got it. Oh, and Nanette doesn't have a phone.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
oh,
which
great.
wheel do I aim for?
okay. Yeah,
So-
right there. There's the good spot.
All right. So this is the way it sort of plays out. Where you are in East San Damiel, the Palisades are towards the south, and the desert is out east in that direction. He starts heading that direction and gets on the 217. You guys have alerted the police, but really the police are now quite a ways behind you in the city. He gets on the freeway and then he turns off the freeway out into the high desert, and you guys chase after him. But after a while, he's gotten far enough ahead of you that you've kind of lost him, but there's only one road and there's some dirt roads that attach. And by the dust and by the way the dust is on your headlights, you ride around and you know that at some point he probably turned off his lights, but you think that, he's got to be right out here somewhere. So you're driving for maybe 15 more minutes, and everybody do spot hidden rolls.
All right.
I will spend the luck to make that a success.
Okay.
I got screw it. I'll spend 2 points of luck to make that an extreme.
All right,
Okay.
you guys tell me where to drive then, because I have a 90.
Yeah, I've got my eagle eye.
You've
though.
98.
By this time, the
Yeah.
your two cars have caught up with one another. You find a place where you're almost ready to give up, and you stop your cars, and you think that you might get a better view if you turn off your lights. You turn off your lights, you can see the black desert and the stars all above you shining down, and you think there might be a bit of light in that direction, and you start driving in that direction. And when you're still maybe 300 or so feet away from it, you can see that it's like a broken down adobe sort of building that's there. It was probably built, when Route 66 was in. And anyways, it's there, and you can see that fucking van around the backside that's parked there. That's one or two.
Is the
You
van
can-
like, on or?
There's no time for subtlety. I'm going right
Yeah,
in.
we I see that van. It's like, yo, there it is. We can't
Right.
lose this now.
They're gonna back right, against the van to see if I can pin it against a building or at least block it from.
I'm gonna take.
driving.
I'll
them.
take headband off and cram it in the exhaust pipe, so
Right.
that
Okay.
truck's not
Wait,
going anywhere.
Right.
You're still 300 feet away.
Right, we're driving to the van.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you driving at high speed with your lights on, or are you trying to sneak up on it? Because you
There's
could just
no-
pull out again.
Right.
You're kind of in open desert.
Stealth.
If he
All
thinks
That's
right.
central, you
Yeah,
go
you're
quiet.
yeah.
Yeah,
You gotta
just
go
roll,
for it. Yeah.
roll coolly.
so, you roll quietly up towards the van, and actually you're on one side of that building and he's on the other, and you've got a little bit of wall, broken window area in between where you could literally sneak right up to the van. What do you want to do?
Can we block the van with the cars in any way to make it hard to leave?
I think that we should
Probably,
prioritize.
if you were to put the cars like
One in the
like
front,
this,
one behind.
Right. Just
Yes.
like
Yeah, yeah.
jam it a little bit. Yeah.
But
Is-
also, just so he doesn't get the idea of pushing them out, I'll clog up his exhaust pipe. So
Okay, so you're going to get out of the car then.
Yeah, I'm getting out of the car too.
Right. Once we've jammed them, yeah.
If we
All
get
right.
close to that house, I'm
But
immediately.
You're doing this kind of quietly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
So
yeah.
you've rolled your cards up quietly, and you can hear there is sound coming from inside the van, and it's a kind of a whirring sound.
The machine.
Yeah, that machine's going.
Oh no.
Gotta get in that van.
Right. So, Steve, you plug the exhaust pipe, which
Yeah,
I assume
exhaust.
would make the engine explode or something.
No, the engine wouldn't be able to start. It would
Okay.
just keep choking on itself.
Can you cut power to the car?
We probably still have the bolt cutters lying around.
Well, if you have a round left in your Glock, just blow the lock and open it up.
So-
yeah, I'll just do that. I've got.
I'm thinking cut the power to the car so the machine stops.
You've got Annette in this car, and she's come up to the front or the back.
Front. I'll be in the
You're at the front, and you've come up and put your car right there. And the three of you have come up from the back and put your car right there, and then you're all getting out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's deal with Annette first. You're in the front, and you can see through the window that there's some light inside, but you can't, something is in the back, probably hunkered near that machine. The other three, you can't see anything because you're looking at the back of the van, but conversely, he can't see you either. The window is on the right-hand side, and then the door is on the left up in the front. What do you guys want to do?
Is the window open or is it closed?
No,
Do we
it's closed.
know? Okay.
I'm getting
I-
out, so I'm getting out. We just got to go for it. I
Yeah,
see him in there. I see him in there.
I'm getting out, and I want to approach from the back doors. I've got the gun out, and I assume that Steve is probably like right by me, and now just plugging up the exhaust pipe.
Yeah.
Right. So, Stanford, do you want to go around the right side where the window is, or do you want to go around the left side towards the front door?
Can we pick the back door?
Would the window have, from what I've seen, I've been in here. If I go for the side window, can I still see like the driver's seat if I go over there?
Well, yeah. I mean, if the window's what about this height? Because
Okay.
it's for what's where you get your ice cream from. You would be able to see inside the entire van, and it's a little lit up. It's not brightly lit up, but it's lit up. a
I'm
little
going
bit.
for the window.
Okay, so you're walking there. Tommy, were you doing the same thing? Or
If he's
you were
going
going to
to
try
the
to open
left,
up the back.
if he's going to the left, I'll go to the right.
Okay, he's going to the right. You're going
Okay,
to
then
the
I'll go to
right.
the left. That way, there's
Okay.
like two noises.
And you see Annette coming in your direction, so that you're going to meet at the front door. And Steve, you've hunkered down on the right-hand side to plug the thing.
Yeah.
Right.
My intent is to plug that real quickly and then to be
You're with
nearby
Stanford.
Stan.
Okay. So, Steve, you're right behind Stanford. Stanford, I would like you. You're going to look in. Okay. Do a sand check.
Yep. Here we go. Oh yeah, that's a 85 out of 45. That's a failure.
Okay. Deal with how much in a second. You sneak up to the window and you lift your head up and you look inside. And I would like the other three players to remove their ears for a moment and not listen while I tell Stanford what he sees. Stanford, you look in the window, and the first thing you see is there's something kind of on the ice cream freezer. It's sort of laying over the edge. And you don't quite know what you think. It's like a jacket or something like that. And it takes you a second to realize that it is human skin. It is, in fact, Martin's skin. And when you look over towards towards the machine that this thing is leaning over, it's like a human with no skin. It's rubbery and it's white and it's pukey looking, and it seems to be dripping with a kind of black ooze. And it hears you maybe a little bit, and it turns. And when it turns, the only thing that runs through your mind is that its face is like a leech. It's a huge, rubbery, round mouth with little, you don't see any teeth, but it's kind of dripping with this red goo. And its eyes are black and just like almost like holes in its head. And you can do a 1d10 on your sanity loss.
Oh yeah, here we go.
And everybody's coming back.
8.
Okay, 8. You're gonna get screamed like a monkey. Yeah.
It roll.
So yeah, do an int roll. Stanford peeks in the window, and for a moment, everything is fine. And then, did you pass?
Yes, I did. I fully comprehend the
Stanford
horror.
starts screaming at the top of his lungs, backing away from the truck, falling down on the ground, trying to get away from the truck, and making a hell of a racket as he's doing it. And you hear, of course, commotion suddenly inside.
I'm going to rip open the door and then just start pepper spraying everything in there.
Even the little girl?
Hey, she'll get over it.
I think that door is locked. So,
Oh, crap.
but you suddenly hear Stanford screaming at the top of his lungs. Steve, what do? You're standing right there. He's obviously seen something.
Okay.
He's not acting normal. He's not acting like
I'm
just somebody who's been
I'm
startled.
having an episode.
So I didn't see any like spray come out, like acid in his face.
The window's closed.
Oh, okay.
Right.
It's just closed. Okay. So I'd rush over to Steve. Steve, what's wrong? I'll try to
And
keep him from hurting himself.
he's screaming and shaking and trying to get away. And at that point, he just passes out in absolute, just his body can't take it.
All right.
And Steve, as you look back,
Yeah, I'm gonna go back. I just
so, well, you don't even have to. You just look back at the van, and whatever the thing is has come to the window and is looking out at you. We'll get back to you in a moment. Tommy and Annette, what are you going to try to do? You're trying to get in the door.
Cutters? Yeah, were there bolt? Yeah, I'm trying to get in the door. However, looking around for bolt cutters or gun or whatever.
I don't think you had brought the bolt cutters
Okay,
with you,
fair
did
enough.
you?
If they're anywhere, they'd be
break
not
the
in her
window
car.
and open it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Just knock the glass out of the window and try to crawl in if we can't open the
Or,
door.
unlock
Kind of
the
like bigger
door.
windows, right? So
Or maybe just break the window and pepper spray inside
Yeah.
with a reach in hand, just spray everything.
Okay. Tommy, do let's see. I mean, you can't miss. You use what do you got? What kind of gun do you have? The Glock?
I have nothing.
No,
we don't
no,
have
he
any
has the
guns.
The
Yes,
mace
yeah.
spray uses fighting.
Oh, you have the
balls.
mace spray.
Right. So I'm just-
Well, let's say
Chemical
you double up that mace spray thing and you
Right.
try smashing through the window. Do a strength roll.
oh crap. Okay, so 50. My strength is 50.
Okay. So you managed to break through the window. And you're going to spray the pepper spray?
Yeah, I just empty the entire can because I probably just broke the little hole, right? So I stick my
Okay.
hand in and just.
Steve, do a sanity roll.
32. I think that's going to pass. 32 out of 50. Yeah, that's a pass.
Okay. All you can think in your head is some kind of hideous monster is looking out the window at you. You think it's a man in a mask, some bizarre, weird-looking Halloween mask thing. So you're not out of your senses. But Stanford is passed out. Now there's a lot of commotion suddenly inside the van, and Stanford, you can hear the back doors being flung open as something is.
Steve, you mean?
I'm sorry, Steve. Yeah, you can see it flinging open the back doors.
Oh, I'm
And-
rushing to it with my knife, yelling, "Let the girl go."
Okay. So, Steve, as you come around the door so that to confront it, Annette and Tommy, you hear the back doors open. What do
Oh,
you
yeah,
do?
running to the back.
Taser,
So you're
ready,
running
Spray,
to the back.
yeah.
aim for the back.
So the three of you sort of come around the back just almost the same time. And what you see is the semblance of a human being, except instead of normal skin, he's got kind of this flabby, white, puke, vomity looking body with black goop, and his head is not like a human head. It's like this lump with these black sunken in eyes and a mouth that is gigantic and leech-like. There's no teeth, and it's got goop dribbling down from it. And it's going to go for, it's going straight at Annette. It's got fairly large
Sanity roll, I'm assuming.
hands. Yeah, you guys can all do
Oh.
sanity rolls.
Do I take another sanity roll or
Pass.
Well, yes, because now you've seen it clearly.
okay?
Any
What
loss for
weapons
pass?
did you guys have in your hands?
Pepper
um,
spray.
Yeah, I'd say at
I
least
failed
1d4.
Yeah, I failed it.
Okay.
3.
1d10 if you fail it.
Ooh.
Yeah. I horrifically failed.
Stanford got 8.
D10, let's-
Jeez.
And
Eight?
Oh,
Four.
3. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the both of you, all three of you scream and in the horror of this thing. And it suddenly leaps almost frog-like at Annette. It doesn't have fingernails, but it has big long fingers. And it looks
Does
like
it
it's
have
gonna
the
try to
girl?
grab you. You don't see any girl.
So I'm gonna tase it.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
spraying it.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Spray-
jumping at Annette first, so she
Okay.
can go. What are you
Okay.
gonna
That's
try
just a fighting brawl, just a pepper spray it, I believe is the skill.
Okay.
Oh no, I don't even have enough luck for that. So no.
It got an 02.
Oh boy.
So as it leaps forward, it grabs a hold of you, and it doesn't seem particularly physically strong, but it does. Its fingers are long enough that they sort of wrap around your arms, and it leans forward and looks into your face, and you're looking into these black eyes. And do a power roll.
65. Come on. 41 out of 65. Yes.
Okay, you can tell it's trying to make you fall asleep, but you're fighting against it. Tommy, you run towards it with your taser.
Right,
go
or like
ahead.
it's right next to me because I'm right next to
Right.
Annette. So yeah.
All right,
Just-
go ahead and try to tase it.
All right. What do I roll against? Firearm?
I think it's
handgun if you're using
yeah. If you got to shoot it, you're shooting it. Yeah.
Okay, so firearm handguns, which is a 40. Come on.
You're-
Oh,
Point blank though.
okay. How many luck can I burn? Like,
You
can
can
I
burn as
burn?
many as you want. Yeah.
Okay, I got a 70 and I will burn 30 luck to make it a hit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Your little things stick into it. I got a 77, so
right.
I don't get out of the way. You
I just-
electrocute it, and it immediately lets go of Annette.
Right.
And it shakes, but it doesn't go down. Steve, what do you want to do?
Okay, when it's shaking and down, I'm gonna just leap into it and start plunging my big old buck knife into it
Buck
repeatedly.
knife. All right. Do a brawl.
All right, here comes the brawl. All right, let's see. Am I any good here? This is actually pretty good. Oh no, where's my? Here it is. Oh, it's 006. That's a critical.
You
Not
got
a
beats
critical.
my 11.
06 and 07.
That's an impale.
That's an
All right.
extreme.
Yeah, do damage.
Okay,
What is it?
1d4
What's
plus. It's 1d3 plus. I mean, 1d4 plus
4
3
plus 2.
plus my damage bonus of 1d4.
It's auto max, right? Isn't it?
It's max and you roll if it's an impale.
Okay,
Right.
so 7. So 7 plus 1. So 11. 11's the max, and then I roll again.
Yeah, don't add your damage bonus again, though. I don't think you do that.
Okay. Okay, so that's 3 plus 3 is 6. So 11 plus 6, so 17.
Oh,
Get in there. Good with that knife repeatedly. Ah.
Well,
They tase and stabbed.
it only has 15. So
Oh,
you've pinned it down and you're jamming that in there. And it screeches as it's trying to get away, and you manage to rip into it and kill it. It stops moving. And this thing is laying in front of you, this alien thing looking. What do you do next?
run for the
My-
girl.
Where's the girl? Yeah, where's the girl?
What the hell is this? I just keep stabbing it because I don't believe
Right.
this thing's weird. I'm just gonna until the head comes off. Just frickin'.
Stanford probably got the best. He's just lying over there in the dirt.
Yeah.
Gonna wake up when it's all over. So Tommy and Annette, what do? You jump into the van looking for the girl?
With mass.
Oh.
Very Tommy's probably gonna get to it before I do. I'm very shaken. I'm just like, get the girl. Get the girl. Where's the girl?
You open up the freezers, and there is nobody inside. And that's about the time that you look over and you realize that there is a red, gooey liquid inside the ice cream machine that's being churned. And it's got little black dots in it. And there's some sort of a thing. You don't know what it was for earlier. It was up on the shelf, but it kind of looks like a straw.
I turned.
You could do sanity rolls for that again.
Yes.
I'm glad I'm passed out.
Ugh.
I'm glad I'm hacking its head off.
Passed. Just barely passed.
63, fail again.
Yeah. Do a
All right.
1d6 insanity if you failed.
1D,
Just a 1d4 if you
I have a
made it.
D6. I roll a 3 again, so I would have lost a total of 6 sanity points.
That's okay, but you lost 3 only at this point.
Right.
So my guess is you both start screaming and you're freaking out. You're getting
Right.
out of the van. And about this time, Stanford's starting to wake up and he doesn't know where he is. He's very
What the
confused.
hell?
Um,
What?
I'm shouting, big gulp, and then I just.
And my final question is, what do you want to do at this point?
Oh,
Burn the
God.
goo.
You don't
Yeah.
know if you don't know if the police will ever find this or if they ever should
Burn the
find
goo.
this.
Burn it all. Burn everything.
Yeah. God, yeah.
Would I end up seeing the person mush if I'm going in there and I'm just
Yeah,
like,
if you go over and look, you kind of
Because-
freaked out a little bit too.
all right, San. I mean, this is gonna make me go indefinitely insane because I'm only 1 point away from that.
One thing that the two of you noticed when you went in the van, I forgot to say it, when you were looking for the little girl inside the freezers, draped over the other freezer was Martin's skin. And it became
Yeah,
kind of obvious
I-
that this thing was wearing Martin's skin.
I actually barely passed, but what do I lose?
Just 1d4.
Okay. Well, I'm going to need to go to a hospital.
Jeez.
Um,
4.
Well, it makes sense that you guys light whatever it is on fire that you can find and just drive away. But like I said in the beginning, you'll never have a happy-go-lucky day ever again in your life that something like this exists. And that's the end of the ice cream man.
Oh my God.
It's
What
fun.
was that thing?
For
That
an
is fun.
undisclosed reason, I'll explain this to you. For an undisclosed reason, a woman years ago gave birth to this thing. And although it seemed like a normal baby at first, as it began to get older, it became flabbier and began exuding this noxious stuff, and all of its teeth fell out and all of its features began to sag. And it realized the only thing that it could eat was like sucking liquid nutrients. And at that point, it started murdering people. And then it found that it could puke out this acidic stuff to dissolve its food, like a fly does, and then suck it up. And it did that possibly for hundreds and hundreds of years. But our system gets better and better at figuring out that murders have taken place. So it came up with a new idea where it would go for children, because not only were they tastier and tenderer, but they were easier to make disappear. And it's been traveling around for a long time, haunting neighborhoods and picking up kids. It could produce a liquid that it would put into the ice cream that would cause the child to come to it in the middle of the night. And then it was taking the kid and putting him in the machine and puking on the kid. The kid would dissolve, and then it would.
Oh God.
Good God.
Wow. That's pretty horrific.
Guys,
Within a span of like
stopped it from
10
happening.
minutes, I lost 12 sanity. So Stanford's not going to be the same.
Oh my God. Poor Stanford.
And it would do the same to the. It would come into an area. It would put the ice cream truck up for sale. Now it's normal modus operandi. It would put the truck up for sale. It would wait until somebody purchased the truck, and then it would wait. It would wait for the person to get their license, to get everything in order, which could take weeks. But Larry killed Jeff before he could be replaced. And the creature was hungry and it was desperate. And it was like, what the fuck am I going to do now? So it immediately went and got the truck back, says, I'm the real owner, give me my truck. And harped on it enough, and then immediately tried to find somebody. It was always trying to find somebody who was living a long way away from their family so that nobody would notice that they would go missing for a while. But in this case, it had to turn around and sell it to Pete, who owned a company, had all the paperwork in line very quickly, and got it done. And then it waited until they got a driver for it, which was Martin. And all this happened very quickly because Pete was in that business. And then it went to Pete's house after you guys met Pete, nice old, sweet old Pete. And it murdered him in his house, took his skin, and then showed up for work the next morning because it was desperate to eat somebody.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's really a dark story.
Should have broken that slushy machine, but we had
A
the chance.
leech skinwalker.
Anyways, let me go ahead and finish up our story. We went 4 hours and 22 minutes. So
Oh, wow.
a
Yeah.
little bit over. Our players included Holly Buto, Billy Chung, Shems Sabin, and Stuart Lively with myself as keeper of the secrets. We have a Discord server where you can chat with our other members. You can set up private games, and you can learn the finer arts of gameplay and game mastering. We provide audio-only versions of our shows free for you to download from Podbean or iTunes. The costs involved with the show are provided almost entirely by our patrons. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. If you'd like to help support our show, please visit our Patreon account. Just $1 a month helps us a lot. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel and punch the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. And leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answering any questions you might have. This is Tom Rayleigh, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the universe of H.P. Lovecraft and the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. Until next time, good luck and good gaming.